на склоне дня закатным золотом одаришь меня.
Welcome to the earliest heads in chat. We'll be starting in a few. In the meanwhile, enjoy some old Soviet blues and jazz. Welcome, chat, to Cozy Monday. It is January 6th. I think something happened on this day back in the day. I don't know, I might just be confused. Welcome to all the early heads. Let me enjoy my coffee and we will be starting in a minute. In the meanwhile, enjoy some old blues. Holy shit, Justin Trudeau might resign today. Really solidifies the day. I mean, Trump might feel like they're stealing his valor to an extent. Hello. Thank you, Romka. Sigma Tommy Shelby.
Where would you be right now?
Кручусь, как белка в колесе по предзакатной полосе, пока янтарный круг висит над морем не устанет. За поворотом поворот, как не похожий год на год, судьба течет своим путем.
Thank you very much. I know some stuff. People, happy New Year to you all. Without love, where would we be now? Love yourselves, hug yourselves, kiss yourselves, take care of yourselves and your families, also known as gooning. Much love to you all. Romka, Hugo, have you tried playing Death Stranding? Really not for me, bro. Really not for me.
опять влюбляюсь не в баба. То в звездопад, то в водопад. Опять влюбляюсь не в баба. То в листопад, то в снегопад. То в водопад, то в звездопад. То в листопад, то в снегопад. Опять влюбляюсь не в папа. Не в папа. Не в папа.
Welcome, chat. It's January 6th. I think something happened on this day a long time ago. Feels like 20 years ago at this point. Welcome. It is Monday, the 6th of January, between 5:40, 6:40, or 7:40. Apologies for starting the stream a little bit later than what I promised, but I honestly couldn't find my mask. I gave it to my girlfriend to wash, and she just stuffed it along with her socks and panties. So I had to be a big pervert boy and rummage through all that shit in order to find my mask. So I hope it doesn't smell strange. My girlfriend does not approve of the Yugopnik music. We didn't like some very old school Soviet wave. Well, it's not for everybody, I'll give you that. It is not for everybody. Thank you very much, Monkey, for the sub with Prime. Welcome, Monkey. Love all our monkeys. At the end of the day, we all are truly monkey. How are you doing, chat? It is very, very good to be back. We had some fun streams over the weekend. I was pretty much sick out of my mind from a not a semi-erection, a semi-hangover yesterday. What is a semi-hangover? It's like you can walk around, you can talk, you can do things, but you can't really do anything that requires intellectual or physical exertion. That's a semi, okay? I vote you wear a panty mask on Valentine's Day. That's not a bad idea. But like, would it have to be like grandma underwear in order for me to be able to properly wrap it around my head? Is there some sort of revolutionary approach to wearing that shit? Mashallah came early. Welcome. Hank, I see, is already being over the top. Hank hits us all like an insurgency at the White House. He really does. They really do. Apologies. I mean, you could get some safety pins and just pin a G-string to your regular mask. Like wrap it like this and then pin it here. When it comes to drip today, we got one ring. We got the nice little skull boy, okay? The shit that I paid an exorbitant amount of money for that ended up not even being stainless steel. That was a con if I've ever fucking heard one. We got the classic Yugo tracksuit, okay? And we're chilling. Today we are doing Kultur Monday, meaning we will basically go through a bunch of different online creators, philosophers, and have lots of conversation about a lot of cultural and social issues with the underpinning, obviously, of a tiny little bit of class consciousness, eh? We're gonna, Gary's economics is back, so we're gonna listen to what he has to say about what happened in 2024 and what's gonna happen in 2025. When it comes to the general economy, we're gonna talk about girl bosses. Are they actually, is it boss to be a girl boss, or is it shit? Shanspeare will tell us more. We will touch, finally, I believe, this video has been in my playlist for a second now, the whole quasi-philosophical obsession with narcissism as a means to move away from the material understanding of why people do certain things and just blaming it on a bunch of therapy speak, right? And then we're gonna watch another continuation of the semi-cringe experience, which is Yanis Varoufakis versus Slavoj Žižekaris, okay? Our two Balkan uncles being watched by your third Balkan uncle. and see where that conversation goes. And then we might talk about burnout. We might watch the video about why Britain got so Americanized. Talk about karma. Eternal karma on the British is ever expanding and ever inclusive. And then we might talk about the dictators video from Hakeem from 6 days ago. Does that sound good? Yanis Bukake Pog. Like I could Bukake it up. Paying taxes, yeah. I recommend the Nightcore video I added. I saw it. It's just like crazy niche. And it's like so incredibly niche. It looks good. It looks like something I would absolutely watch by myself, and I definitely will. It's just so niche for everybody. I don't know. It's this one, right? It's not here now. I don't know why. The working class needs you. Strikes and protests are not enough. No, it's not that one. Oh, and yeah, we might watch the new Aemon animations video. Yeah. I just ate a bunch of sausages, so I'm probably going to be a little bit slow in the first 30 minutes of the show. Lots of sausages and lots of potat, okay? And some very, very fresh tomatoes, even though it's hella ironic to call a tomato fresh in the middle of winter. You guys have, I remember back in the day when there was no developed pipeline to basically overexploit the global south and import vegetables that are, only naturally grow in your part of the world during the summer. So I remember plenty of my winters, we actually ate one of those green tomatoes and shit. They were always fucking nasty as fuck. But, nasty as fuck for a child, but now I kind of love them. Especially if they're pickled properly. But yeah, what I'm saying is for you youngsters here, there used to be a period when you could literally only eat the vegetables that were growing in that part of the year. For example, tomatoes as such, the red tomatoes, were practically non-existent for 5 months of the year. Watermelons were completely non-existent for 9 months of the year, right? Stuff like that. Ankh talk, yeah. Back in my day, I just don't know if that was the case because we were poor as shit or because that was just the case back then. I don't know. Tomorrow I'll get a cortisone shot in my foot for my nerve damage. Oh, I hope that helps. So I'll treat myself to self-pity burger. Very good, very good. Thank you. I love how whenever somebody mentions burger, I immediately go, thank you, because it's it's what I call some of my subscriptions, right? Pigeon Hakeem for Pigeon. Hank, I will not open the goddamn... Okay, I'll open it just because it's like Hank has been spamming this, okay? And Hank has been spamming it as if it's the funniest meme to ever exist. It's just a picture of a Hakeem over a pigeon. That's what our beautiful chatter called Hank wants us to see. It's a picture of Hakeem over a pigeon. There you go. Are you happy, Hank? Are you happy? Do we have a happy Hank now? Do we have a happy Hank? Also, if you ever compare my stream to getting a mid-tier blowjob, I will suck you to death, okay? Amazing stuff, Hank. Art, Pigeon Hakeem, EP. There you go, Hakeem. I hope you're happy. Okay, now, let's learn if we're going to be broke next year. Gary's Economics, everything you've missed in the economy. Let's touch on that shit. Tomorrow is the real Christmas, by the way. This is currently it's Christmas Eve in the based Orthodox countries that practice the old calendar, as it's called, and some other places. The Gregorian calendar. So basically I'm streaming for Christmas Eve, but tomorrow for Christmas Day I'm actually going to drive to my mom's, spend it with the madre, spend it with the grandparents, the two that are still alive, hopefully for a very long time coming. And yeah, gonna eat some fucking shit, and then I'm gonna come back on the 8th in the morning, and then I'm gonna stream on the 8th. So it's a stream today. Then tomorrow I touch a bunch of grass, smell a bunch of trees, and smell my grandparents, which is a classic. And what's up with like old people's homes and smelling a very particular way? A way that I kind of fuck with. It's like immediately feels homey, you know? It's like I think the smell of Not just old furniture and old books intertwined, but also like you can clean dust, but it always stays. There's always a little bit of dust that stays. And I feel like if you've had only one family living in a particular apartment for like 20 plus years, this invisible dust layer that starts piling up a bit behind the furniture is what gives off the very, very distinct, hey, old people are living in this apartment type of smell. Rotting smell. Not that bad. That's not a good one. Okay. So, everything you've missed in the economy, let's fucking go, you little motherfucking monkeys, motherfucker. My beautiful, beautiful child soldiers. Beautiful child soldiers, just as a reminder, we are now completely ad-free here on Yugopnik Twitch. I ain't playing you no fucking ads, but I've still left the little counter thing. So when the counter thing pops up, I will remind all of you that in order for us to remain so beautifully, beautifully ad-free, one must join the Child Soldier Army of Jizrael, aka become a subscriber or gifty gift subscriptions to other fellow members, and through that, support the channel as well. Allow us to make bigger, thicker, more engorged, more baby streams in the future, okay? Also, regarding the Nightcore video, I actually added it because it's a good look into how far-right infiltrates subcultures. It's surprisingly broad for what it is. The channel also has like less than 200 subscribers, so I thought it'd be good to boost them for high-quality work. Re-add it to the playlist, push it up to the top, and then I'll see how today's 4 or 5 hour stream proceeds. And if we feel like the vibes are getting checked, okay, if they're getting checked, we're gonna check it out. Okay. I hate the economy. I want to return to monkey. Viagra boys much. This is the type of conversations I have to read from my beautiful chatters, and I'm here for it.
Continue to see living standards and poverty.
With low, like OBS. OBS is literally like a toxic girlfriend or boyfriend. They do what they're supposed to do, but every time you don't see them for a while and you reopen them, it feels like you're talking to a different person. So I always have to reset up OBS for some magic reason. It's incredible.
Continue to decline. And this is...
Also, before we start, by the way, somebody in chat posted this. This is crazy as fuck. That Justin Trudeau might resign. That's wild. He's holding a press conference, but not right now. They're still waiting for him to come out. Is he gonna come out? Not out of the closet, chat, you fucking weirdo. He might actually resign. When do you think is he gonna come out? Let's watch some news live. It's always entertaining, at least for me. Holy shit.
Business.
Let's wait for it. Thank you, Gigi Lorette. My favorite name for the gifty sub. Thank you very much, beautiful people like you are why we are able to do what we do. And by we, I mean all of us. It's gonna come out now. Blackface Castro's downfall. Hey, there was not blackface, okay? There was not blackface. I will not allow you to confuse your racisms, okay? He was doing Indian face, okay? He was doing Arab face. No, like even I confuse my racisms. He was doing Arab face. I think he was supposed to be some sort of Lawrence from Arabia back in the day. Justin Trudeau. Let's check our racism. Justin Trudeau blackface. Because these guys don't know their racisms. They're just going to post it like this. Okay, so he's definitely going for an Arab, right? He's definitely going. So it's not just classic blackface, okay? I do not want to hear Arab discrimination erasure, okay? But yeah, right? I'm not being confused. But though he's hugging two gentlemen... It might not actually be Indian. It could be, or Arab. It could be, what do you call it? What do you call it? What these two gentlemen are dressed in. That's a traditional dress. Sikh. Thank you, my darling. My darkling. Oh, it even worked. Yeah, Sikh. I think he's trying to, do that. Even though it also like more alludes to, I don't know. Oh my God, this is so scary looking. Jesus Christ. How do you think this is a good idea in any era? I can be your darling if you like. You're always my darling. This is fucking scary, bro. Oh, so you're gonna come out? Oh my God. Thought he was so original. Thought he was so original. But yeah, chat, do you think it's Sikh? Do you think he's supposed to be a Hindu Indian? Do you still think he's supposed to be an Arab lord? Like an Arab soldier / lord, because the hat with the thing, you know? Because I'm not sure it's Sikh because we have this cloth falling down. At least I haven't seen traditional Sikh headwear which has a layer falling down. That's more for literally people from more desert areas. Vaguely West-South Asian face. Black Aladdin. You probably just saw Aladdin. Maybe, but like he's just too rich for Aladdin. Like oh my God, no. Yes, it's Aladdin. It's this Aladdin. Wait, is this Aladdin? Holy shit, he was, yes. Oh, chat, we are the best at racism. I mean, at noticing, oh fuck. At noticing the type of racism. Okay, so this is what he was going for. This is what he was, bravo, E8 got it. E8 got it.
2 minutes.
Somebody give a gift sub to E8. Somebody give a gift sub to E8 right now, okay?
Is that it?
Holy shit. Like,
No.
it would already be relatively insensitive if he just wore the outfit, but why don't you just wear the fucking outfit? It's not like they make Aladdin like... The fact that he thought it was also a good idea to do blackface, obviously except for being racist, but because he genuinely, I don't think he interacted with a lot of Arab people. So because he really went over the top with just how black he made the blackface. So
Wonderful.
it's
new
a
child
bit...
soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Basically what I'm saying is I think he's extra racist because he didn't even know how to like create a racist caricature of a character which is already a caricature of a whole people, you know? Thank you, Debo, you fucking G, for giving our friend E8 for the good guess a gifty subby. Very good, very good. The number of subs right now is 1984. Looks more like this. Oh my God, that one's just completely, yeah. But I don't think he was going for this back in the day because he's got the whole like full-on white outfit. He's got the full-on white outfit, right? That goes all the way down, and he's got that particular feather in the middle, which is exactly like this. Look, it's the same outfit. It's the same outfit. Holy shit, let's see.
I'll wing it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God. Look at Castro's son. He is so hot.
So I thought it might be fun for us to do this again. Bon matin. Every morning I've woken up as Prime Minister. I've been
He's resigning.
inspired by the resilience, the generosity, and the determination of Canadians. It is the driving force of every single day I have the privilege of serving in this office. That is
He's
why
like, I don't want to be prime minister while Trump invades and takes over the fucking country. I ain't Zelensky-ing this shit. Fuck that.
since 2015, I've fought for this country, for you, to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free
He is resigning.
trade on this continent,
Wait.
to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy,
not Palestine.
and to fight climate change and get our economy ready.
He said if Netanyahu comes here, we're arresting him. 1 month later, resigning.
For the future.
Not conspiracy heading this, but
We are at a critical moment in the world. Mes chers Canadiens, à chaque matin, je me suis réveillé en tant que Premier ministre, inspiré par la résilience, la générosité et la détermination qui nous caractérisent si bien en tant que Canadiens. C'est ce qui me motive à chaque jour où j'ai le privilège de servir dans ce poste. C'est pourquoi, depuis 2015, je me suis battu pour ce pays, pour vous, pour renforcer la classe moyenne. Pourquoi nous nous sommes mobilisés en tant que Canadiens pour se soutenir les uns les autres pendant la pandémie, pour faire progresser la réconciliation, pour défendre le libre-échange sur notre continent, pour notre soutien inébranlable de l'UCHAN. My friends, as you all know, I'm a fighter. Every bone in my body has always told me to fight because I care deeply about Canadians, I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And the fact is, despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until
we all know it's because he doesn't want to fight the Americans in a new war.
March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their
Yes, I know your dad supported you a lot.
encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. Mes chers amis, comme vous savez, je suis un fighter. Dans mon fort intérieur.
Yeah, he's about to talk in whatever that fucking language is, brothers. I don't recognize that language, brothers. But yeah, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau is increasingly likely, now we know he is, likely to announce he intends to step down, though he has not made a final decision. Now we know that he is. The source spoke to Reuters after Globe and Mail reported that Trudeau was expected to announce as early as Monday that he would quit as leader of Canada's ruling Liberal Party after 9 years in office. The source requested anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. Trudeau's departure would leave the party without a permanent head at a time when polls show the Liberals... Is he talking behind me? Shut the fuck up, you fucking cuck. Okay. Sources told the Globe and Mail that they did not know definitely when Trudeau could announce his plans to leave, but said they expect it would happen before an emergency meeting of Liberal legislators on Wednesday. So yeah, the Liberals will badly lose to the official opposition Conservatives in an election that must be held by late October. So he's basically resigning in advance because he knows they're not going to win. So why waste money or time potentially running against somebody who's going to mop the fucking floor with them, right? An increasing number of Liberal parliamentaries, alarmed by a series of gloomy polls, have urged Trudeau to quit the Prime Minister's office and not immediately respond to a request to comment outside regular business hours, blah, blah, blah.
Il est devenu évident
he's still
pour
speaking the
moi
fake
que
language.
si je
Okay.
dois me concentrer sur des batailles internes, je ne peux pas être la meilleure option lors de ces élections. Le Parti libéral du Canada est une institution importante dans l'histoire de notre grand pays et de notre démocratie. Un nouveau premier ministre et chef du parti portera les valeurs et les idées du Parti libéral dans la prochaine élection. J'ai hâte d'observer le déroulement de ce processus dans les mois à venir. Nous avons été élus pour la 3e fois en 2021 pour renforcer l'économie après la pandémie.
So they're basically conceding the next election. Pretty much that's what it looks like. Or he's saying, okay, pick another candidate that is going to represent the Liberals because with me at the front, we are definitely losing. And, I want to be remembered as an epic 360 no-scope winner. So why even participate when you know you're going to lose? He's bored of it. That's what it is. He's fucking bored of it. He wants to do something else. That's it. He just wants to go back to, throwing rich people parties and doing blackface Aladdin.
To see the process unfold
If
in
there's
the
any
months
Canadians in
ahead.
chat, do give us other details if
We
there's
were
additional
elected
details.
for the 3rd time in 2021 to strengthen the economy post-pandemic and advance Canada's interests in a complicated world. And that is exactly the job that I and we will continue to do for Canadians. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions, starting with Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Vous vouliez le faire, ce combat contre Pierre Poilievre. Des batailles internes, il y en a dans votre parti depuis plusieurs mois déjà. Pourquoi est-ce que vous décidez d'abdiquer maintenant? Qu'est-ce qui vous a fait?
Mr. Trump, please bring private health care to Canada so we can third worldize them,
Pas
indeed.
quelqu'un qui recule facilement.
Create a radical Canadian proletariat by turning them into anti-occupation forces constantly fighting the American Marines. That actually, unironically, could work.
L'intérêt des Canadiens et le bien-être de notre pays, de notre démocratie, me tient à cœur. Et c'est devenu clair que je ne peux pas être le chef dans les prochaines élections.
Translation, there are a lot of internal struggles in your party. Why are you resigning now? It's a very good question.
As you all know, I am a fighter.
I'm Canadian and I'm so
I am
disenfranchised at this
backs
point I
away
don't
from
really
a fight,
care.
particularly when a
You
fight
just
is
sound
as
like a
important
standard
as this one is.
Canadian, which is kind of relatively based. Go grill pill, baby.
But I have always
Grill
been
pill for
driven
life.
by my love for Canada, by my desire to serve Canadians, and by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And Canadians deserve a real choice in the next election.
Canadian here, not much to say. Looks like Pierre and the Conservatives are going to sweep the floor regardless of who the Liberals put up. Christy Freeland, which is a Nazi grandpa haver, would have been the next choice after Justin for the Liberals, but I doubt that since her beef with Justin started this whole thing. Okay, thank you.
And it has become obvious to me with the internal battles that I cannot be the one to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
Vous êtes au pouvoir depuis près de 10 ans. Le Canada a changé avec votre gouvernement. S'il y a une réalisation que vous pourriez nommer, dont vous êtes le plus fier, je sais qu'il y en a plusieurs, mais s'il y en a une, et peut-être un regret aussi.
En 2015, on a été élu sur une promesse de travailler pour la classe moyenne dans ce pays. Et c'est ce qu'on a pu faire. On a réduit la pauvreté, on a aidé énormément les familles, on a créé une économie qui fonctionne pour bien plus de monde en se préparant
Sorry, I need to get some toilet paper because I'm about to masturbate to this.
pour un avenir et plus numérique et où les changements climatiques vont avoir un plus grand impact.
Is he crying? No, I think he's just cold.
On a
You
fait
know, he genetically is created to live in very warm areas, like Cuba. But for particular reasons, his mother gave birth in Canada, so, he cannot adapt. I'm kidding. Genetics don't work that way. It was just another Castro joke I really needed to use.
fait énormément de travail avec les Canadiens. Le Canada est meilleur à cause du travail que nous avons tous fait au cours des dernières années. Un regret, je continue à penser que si notre système électoral aurait été changé pour que les gens puissent mettre un premier, un deuxième, un troisième choix sur le bulletin, les partis auraient passé plus de temps à regarder les points qu'ils avaient en commun.
So Canadians told us that's pretty much it. So Canadians in chat, is it very likely for the Conservatives to win? And what do you think that will do for Canada in the next 4 to 8 years? I'm guessing not a lot. And I'm guessing conservative Canadians, to an extent, at least from what I've heard, are, hey, we want to be more like the U.S. Woo type of fuckers. Very, anti-secessionist and stuff like that. I don't think the Liberal Party have a good replacement for him. He was the ace in their pocket, maybe. Yes, unfortunately, we are fucked.
Poverty rates in Canada.
Oh, yeah, it's English.
More people into the workforce. That has moved us forward on reconciliation in a way that has deeply improved the opportunities and success of Canadians, despite the incredibly difficult times the world is going through right now. There's lots more work to be done, and I know that this party in this country...
He'll be remembered as the COVID president, right? That's probably his legacy.
And Canadians will
fucked with the Conservatives, yeah.
keep doing it.
Conservatives are guaranteed to annihilate the next election. We'll get 40% of the vote and like 85% of the seats. Holy shit. What the fuck is up with my fucking shit, bro? We'll fucking kill my internet provider, this fucking cunts. For fuck's sakes, man. For fuck's sakes. What the fuck do I pay these fucking cunts money for? Fucking shit. Are we back, chat? Can't even install a fucking connection. The 21st fucking century. Oh. We're a developed country now. We have accepted neoliberalism. Okay, can I have some neoliberal fucking internet then? Are we back? Okay, we're back. I should stop fucking saying things. God fucking damn it. Apologies. It's not my fucking fault. I literally did nothing. It's just fucking peasant fucks. Thank you, Romka. I am American Patriot 1776. Mr. Trump, please take away the Zaza from the Canadians because immigration, wide open border. Please make Canada neocon puppet state. It already is to an extent, but yeah. It's the CIA, bro. Yeah. It's the CIA of my fucking dick up my ass. God damn it.
I have one regret, particularly as we approach this election. Well, there probably...
SBB moment. I think it might be worse than SBB, bratelda. Sorry I'm late. Did the U.S. annex Canada? Yeah, I mean, they have, like, 50 years ago. But now maybe literally one day.
Vice-première ministre, et qu'elle prenne un des dossiers les plus importants auxquels les Canadiens et notre gouvernement va faire face dans...
For anyone who doesn't think that slices of the rural America are like third world countries, my neighborhood had DSL internet like it's 2002 until about 2 years ago. That's fucking crazy. But no, the extra fucking crazy thing is that the country I'm in is supposed to have really fucking good internet. And I pay for really fucking good internet. But when they sell you the package, I mean, this is a cliche in every single country. They sell you the internet they tell you you'll get is just wired internet. And my apartment is like around 100, 110 square meters. And the place where they installed my fucking router is all the way in the fucking living room, which is, so, you know, not too far away, but far away because I live in a building actually made by fucking communists. So the walls are not as thin as fucking paper. Shit is going to survive a 7 Richter scale earthquake. God forbid, of course. So I have to use the shit that bounces the internet around the apartment, whatever they call them, the little things that, you know, bounce it around, that are not routers but are different type meshes or some shit. And now I use that, which lowers the internet speed as well. So I gotta figure the fuck out like how to get the internet cable actually to here, and then plug it directly into my Mac, and then we should have no problems ever, because this is absolutely fucking ridiculous, man.
dans les mois à venir,
If I was
d'ici les
American, I would sue the living shit out of them, but I'm not, so I'm just simply considering visiting them
prochaines
at night.
élections. Mais elle n'a pas voulu.
The leader will have more success than you will now, but I'm wondering if you feel that another leader will have more success than you will at beating Pierre Poilievre in the next campaign.
Pierre Poilievre's vision
Mesh would be way better, though. I have Mesh, and it doesn't do that much.
for this country is not the right one for Canadians. Stopping the fight
I'm a Sparky personal message personnel. Message me your address right now, and I'll go over there, help you, and maybe even kiss your feet. Jesus, no, you will not kiss my feet. But you're very welcome. My address is wait. Let me translate my address. My address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, NW, Washington, D.C., 2500 USA. So 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Okay? You need to show up right now.
against climate change doesn't make sense. Backing off on the values and strength in diversity that Canada has always worked to pull itself together on is not the right path for the country. Attacking journalists, the CBC institutions, that's not what Canadians need in this moment. We need an ambitious, optimistic view of the future. And Pierre Poilievre,
Yeah, like you better not swat that address. If you really wanna if you're a piece of shit that really likes to swat addresses, I really hope you don't swat 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington D.C. Like, please don't call the cops and say, "Yo, I think there's dealers and killers at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C." I really hope you don't do that. Any hater watching, do not call a SWAT team on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
is not offering that. And I look forward to the fight as progressives across this country stand up for the kind of vision for a better country that Canadians have always carried, despite the tremendous pressures around the world to think smaller, to veer towards the hard right, and to be less ambitious for what we can be and do as a country when the world really needs Canada.
That's not an answer, though. Yes or no? Is there another leader that could beat him?
Absolutely.
En français, sur le leader.
Oui.
Non, mais est-ce que vous,
Pierre Poilievre.
elaborer en français, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Pierre Poilievre a une vision profondément
Imagine thinking that the world really needs Canada. I fuck with Canadians. I really fuck with Canadians. God bless you. But imagine thinking that Canada is a factor on any international field is holy fucking shit. Though it is impressive that it still has not become yet another American state. Though to an extent, I believe that is mostly the case because the Americans don't think it would be worth a war to conquer the territory. Especially since most of Canadian industry is deeply tied in American industry. So why deploy troops when you can pretty much own Canada through corporate means?
petite et erronée pour ce pays, si même on accepte qu'il ait une vision, de reculer sur les droits fondamentaux, d'arrêter la défense, la lutte contre les changements climatiques, de ne pas investir.
The new Rev Left Radio talks about how that's about to happen. You said that, yeah, I can absolutely see it happen. Either defining narco cartels in Mexico as terror cells, and then invading Mexico, or operating at a much higher rate militarily inside of Mexico, or just fucking around with the Canadians But, remember, Canadians can become very tough motherfuckers in war. Don't Google Canadians World War One. That was some crazy shit. So they're in for a fight. They're definitely in for a fight.
Dans une économie plus verte, plus inclusive,
un vote de confiance qu'il savait qu'il allait perdre parce que les 3 partis d'opposition allaient voter contre lui. Exactement comme la situation dans laquelle vous vous trouvez aujourd'hui.
Okay, French, I don't understand everything.
Et les
Hello, my name is Mr. Canadian Progressive Maple Syrup Enjoyer.
2008,
I am the most
Governor General
progressivist of progressives, but I will applaud a Nazi in Parliament and then refuse to publish the names of escaped Nazis in Canada, but I am progressive. Trust me, I am very progressive. Exactly.
had been tested.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Doron Doritus, for the 6 months, you beautiful Dorito motherfucker.
It had passed that confidence test. Stephen Harper continued to have the confidence of the House, and it actually would bear out because as soon as they came back from the prorogation, Stephen Harper won a confidence vote once again. So a political document or political speeches doesn't carry the kind of weight that winning a confidence vote means. But this prorogation will take us only into March, and there will...
I think we don't need to listen to a defeated, crushed man talking to hundreds of thousands of active viewers about the main reason why he's stepping down, which is he knows that they will not win the next elections, so he is saving a tiny little bit of face for a potential political return at a later date. I mean, I would do that. Because it's very difficult to get back from a defeat, but removing yourself from the equation and one day in like 10 years coming back for another potential election, you're not going to be simply depicted as that guy that lost back then and is trying again now, right? We're doing Canuck today. Yeah, we're doing Canuck. Well, okay, yeah, not much we could extract out of this anymore, in my opinion. It's kind of boring as shit. It's a fucking, it's this guy. Oh, I'm very petty. I'm kind of petty. But then again, I don't think I am, because Trudeau is like the perfect example of why you don't trust the libs, and I'm not like nerd, cringeoid, ML, oh my God, the libs. But genuinely, he has shown us that if you completely dedicate yourself to an aesthetic and speech pattern that domestic intellectuals find soothing, they will be absolutely okay with you doing fucked up shit or even outright supporting genocide the way Trudeau has, and they won't do anything about it because you're a pretty boy. You're a pretty boy. You're well-dressed, well-mannered. The aesthetics are on point. So, do whatever you want. I don't know who said it. I think it was me. A smart guy, but I think it was me, which is not a smart guy. Modern liberals would fucking love Adolf Hitler if he was in the body of an NFL player or somebody like Justin Trudeau. If you have a new guy that is trying to be Adolf Hitler and looks like Adolf Hitler, the main thing that modern American and Western in general, even wider than the West, but let's say Western in general, the main problem they would have with Hitler is that he has a weird mustache and is kind of fat and dresses really, really fucking weird. That's what it would be. That would be their biggest irk. Because that's, at the end of the day, their biggest irk with Trump as well. It's not the racism. It's not the call for a literal excommunicado of half the fucking country's immigrant workforce. It's not all the shit that he's done. It's the fact that he got caught doing that shit. And that he looks weird. And he talks weird. And their image of America's respectability falling. So yeah, I'm dying on that fucking hill. The modern American liberal would not vote for Adolf Hitler primarily because Adolf Hitler looks weird and talks weird. Adolf Hitler, but looks like The Rock, wins the election immediately. Wins the election immediately. The rightoids will vote because they like his politics. The libs will vote because he's the fucking Rock. Liberals would gladly elect Hitler if he respected the rules of presidential debates. Absolutely. Absolutely. They almost elected somebody that's almost as bad as Hitler. Hillary Clinton. It would be nice if someone would save us all from liberal aesthetics. How Yugopnik, hi chat. Welcome, Story Girl. It would be nice. And it's arguably the easiest part of getting a relatively decent amount of, let's call it, political literacy. You genuinely stop caring about aesthetics once you understand that they contribute nothing to the actual rhetoric of a particular political individual. But hey, we're humans and we like people to look pretty and fun and edgy. Aesthetics of a politician is just marketing, but wrapped in organic skin. That's what it is. It's a throwaway of the old days when you did want your leader to be big, strong Chad man because he would literally charge in the fucking fight when we were fucking tribes throwing arrows at mammoths and shit. And that's to an extent left over. You know, you don't want anybody who you wouldn't jerk off to lead your country, which is irrational beyond belief, but it's what it is. So we gotta adapt to it. So we gotta make sure that we're extra afraid of when good-looking Trumps come. Okay, when sexy Hitlers start popping out of the woodworks, be very afraid. For the liberal will fall in love. And yeah, after 15 seconds of an interaction with any shape or form of class consciousness, the aesthetics also exit through the main door.
Basically, everything.
Yeah, like, couldn't you mention Bernie chat? Like, 50% of why Bernie lost is because he looks like old grandpa man. I mean, let's be honest here. It's because he looks like old grandpa man. He looks like silly guy. Silly guy cannot run company. He's silly guy. We need not silly, serious woman, lawyer lady, judge. Yes, indeed. Very serious. We need serious uncle, even though uncle cannot count to 10 without thinking that he's still in the Cold War. Oh, where am I? Throw the nukes at Brezhnev. Then we must protect Ukraine from that piece of shit Brezhnev, sir. It's put. Yeah, what? Fucking Brezhnev.
Everything we've.
Okay, yeah. Now we're moving to everything you've missed on the economy. Gary's Economics is back. One of my favorite channels. I want to try and get this British beautiful motherfucker over on the program. That would be nice. So what would we miss in 2024 in the economy, and some very good financial advice for the coming year? But he might give you a lot of different types of financial advice, but I will give you one. Do not watch ads. Support the only adless channel on Twitch. That is a lie, but this is an ad. So a lie is truth as long as it is repeated enough times. And for $6 a month of a free through Prime, you can become a Yugopnik subscriber, or by gifting to those less privileged than you, just like MXG. Hugo, I missed you. How are you? I miss you too, MXG. Thank you for the year of subscriptions. So be like MXG, support me, put food on my table, and I will continue to play the dancing political monkey for you for the rest of eternity. Ad plays in 1 minute and 30 seconds. At least it would, but because we hit the target in December, which I'm very, very proud of, I have quite literally turned off ads. So there's no ads. This is actually, we're running it completely ad-free. But I let the notification come in when an ad would have usually played if I didn't take a big doo-doo dump, if you didn't take a big doo-doo dump on the ads by quite literally becoming subscribers or oiling me up so fucking good, Thank you also, Figgy, for the 1 year. It's crazy, 1 year. Now I'm becoming serious streamer, man. You'll see. See, instead of streaming 2 to 3 times a week, I plan to stream 4 times a week. But not seriously, the growth that we've seen as a channel that literally streams, I think on average for the past year, it was 2 times a week, basically 8 hours. The growth has been staggering. So I just have an instinct in my bones that if we actually do it regularly and always do our donos praxis, they absolutely are. Especially because we do mutual dono aid here every other stream on YugopnikTwitch. But yeah, if I actually streamed regularly, I think a number would go up even quicker, okay? Mandatory Proletariat gaming stream weekly, please. Absolutely. Dude, you know how hard it has been for me not to play Life is Strange? I want to play it so bad. I want to play it so fucking bad. So yeah, we're definitely gaming. Not next stream, but the one after that. We're definitely gaming. So let's go.
Welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to cover everything you've missed on the economy. Okay, so to do this video, I went back and had a look at my video from last year, bringing you up to speed with the economy. And that video last year, I was saying that inflation would...
I believe he guessed most of it. This is not financial advice, but I'm unironically thinking of investing some money according to what Gary says. Which, yes, it is parasitic behavior. It contributes to nothing. It makes me into a petit bourgeois or whatever the fuck. But okay, take that opinion and wipe your ass with it. Because that's how much I care about it. Karl Marx himself made what in today's money would be around $400,000 from gambling on the stock exchange.
Come back to pretty much target.
And I look at it that way, as gambling.
Interest rates would start to fall.
Is this the guy who was a super successful trader and then became good? Pretty much. He was a working class boy raised on the dirty streets of England. Became a class trader, became fully invested in making the wealthy wealthier, and through that making himself wealthy. And then betrayed that new class that had adopted him and realized, fuck this fucking shit. What the fuck am I doing with my life? I'm just moving money from one place to another. I'm gambling with industries that when they fall or go up, I make more money or lose a little bit of money. But the people that actually depend on those industries go into poverty for the rest of their life. He was shorting. He was making a lot of money on shorting. He was basically gambling that bad things would happen to particular industries. And he was like, this is so fucking fucked up. How can we make money off of gambling that, I don't know, food prices are going to go up? So we're the system is rewarding us with cash because the economy is faltering. And then he became very critical of the market economy as a concept and of basically the mythos behind the rich getting, everybody being able to become super wealthy. And he specifically focuses on what I find very interesting on what the next step of late-stage capitalism is most likely going to look like. From the lens of, you'll never own property, etc., etc.
We would see an enormous increase.
Thank you, MXG. You fucking love that old baby. Thank you very much, MXG. Mwah! Sexy motherfucker. I can't get off. I'm sitting like this forever because I want to go and blow my nose.
Increase in stock prices, an enormous increase in the gold price, and we would see house prices start to go as interest rates start to fall. But despite all of that, we would continue to see living standards and poverty continue to decline. And this is basically everything we've seen in the last year. I also said that Labour would win the election, probably by a decent margin, because the Conservatives were failing on the economy and were super unpopular, but that Labour would very quickly become unpopular on coming into power. So if you've been keeping up to speed with what we've been doing, you won't be pissed off that I was away for 6 months because you already knew exactly what was going to happen.
It's cocky as fuck.
So what are we going to cover now? Okay, so this year we're going to cover a few of the things which happened while I was away, which I've not been able to talk about yet, and their economic impact. In particular, labor.
I'm only allowed to gift subs because Comrade G allows. Okay, so he's using you as a funnel. I kept texting him that people are going to think this is some sort of money laundering scheme, but he insists on giving oilers money that can oil me indirectly. It's very confusing. I don't know. The Chinese are fucking strange. It's very strange.
There's budget in the autumn, and
he was like, I want to pay you in EVs. And I'm like, okay, send over one EV. And he's like, what the fuck do you mean? I pay you $1 million a year. That's 300 Chinese EVs. I was like, Chinese EVs that can go up to 250 kilometers an hour cost $30,000 fucking dollars. And he's like, yes, they do. I need to send you a lot of EVs. So basically now I'm selling a lot of cars. Okay, I'm selling a lot of fucking cars right now. It is, it's difficult. They're sending people to my house. They're like, you cannot sell that Chinese shit here, motherfucker. We sell our electric cars for $100,000 and you're selling for $30,000? You disgust me.
The Trump election. We're going to talk about how this year and the coming...
They send me all the EVs. They just don't have anyone's address.
And the Trump election. We're going to talk about how this year and the coming year will be different from last year. We're going to talk about a little bit about what's going to happen in the economy and what's.
Hugo, this is in good faith. Could you take a look at the one-time take on MLs and their ideology, also discarding the fact that Nordic nations rely on third world exploitation, as like this podcast episode. You don't have to dunk on one dime, but maybe on the take. I don't know. I'm not going to watch a whole pod episode. I don't know. I fuck with one dime, but yeah, he's not an ML. To an extent, I'm not either. I never chose one of those categories because I just feel like it's a waste of my time, to be respectful, and because I don't know which particular school of thought is going to be the one that prevails in the end. That is to be dialectical. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I think one dime harps and cringes on guys that openly praise Stalin and shit as cringe, which, to an extent, it's not the best optics, but that's 20 people. There's 20 guys, switch the attention, in my opinion. But he's doing his own thing. He's doing very good agitation, so I don't know, 1 or 2 disagreements don't make us enemies. Far from it. 1 year, what the fuck? Thank you, Bluebird, you fucking G. Thank you very much.
What's going to happen in financial markets? So I want to start with how this year is different from last year, because when I went and watched last year's video, I was quite struck by basically how much was the...
I wholeheartedly agree with you. The more I'm starting to learn and read theory, the more I don't want to put myself in categories, because as I learn, I change, and if I were to actually go out and organize, I don't think people would ask me what flavor of Marxist I am. No, they wouldn't. In my opinion, it's a form of identity politics. Yes, it is. Listen, my job here is obviously to entertain, but it is also to hopefully push people further down the socialist pipeline. The second I start talking about which category of Marxist thought I identify with, I squeeze the living shit out of that funnel, and I motivate people to not listen to me because they are currently looking at things from one particular ideological bias over the other, right? My job is, again, to push you down the funnel as much as I can, as fast as I can, and make you as informed as possible in particular issues. What you choose to identify as when you're going down that funnel is absolutely up to you. But if I'm out here constantly screaming that I'm a fucking ML or MLM or Orthodox Marxist or anarchist, etc., all the people that identify with the other categories just immediately zoom the fuck out. And if there's people that only listen to people that identify with their particular category, that is fucking childish. You are strange. You got me to actually read theory, so thank you for that, comrade. At least they could do, man. At least they could do.
The same. So I had to look at financial markets before I shot this video, and basically everything is at an all-time high. Most major stock markets are at or near their all-time highs in terms of price. The gold price is at or near its all-time high. House prices are shooting up to new all-time highs. We're starting to see them start to really go. And it's kind of deja vu all over again. So I was quite shocked. And I think that really underlines basically how aggressive these increases in asset prices have been. And I think it's important to talk about that, because I think what we see on the news and what most of us understand about the economy is that living standards have really failed to recover and they continue to slide. And that gives the impression of a very weak economy. And I do think we have a very weak economy. But what is often not spoken about is this fact that if you're looking at the economy from the perspective of the asset holders, which is basically from the perspective of the rich, things are really
Yeah, extremely important. Extremely important. This is proper fucking class analysis, okay? Because a lot of people, I've seen like shit ton of videos and countless fucking articles screaming about, you know, how the UK is completely fucking crashing out. And it is crashing out for the poor. But the poor are not the fucking factor. The only people who are a factor on whether things are good or not in a capitalist economy are actual asset holders, actual capitalists, the actual 0.1%, etc., etc. And for them, the UK, Europe, the United States, holy fucking shit, is doing pretty fucking well.
really good. Everything is at massive all-time highs. So you're going to see the rich people seeing continued increase in their wealth. They're basically doing the best they've ever done. And I think this basically kind of underlines the point which I've been making for a long time, which is this is not an economic crisis for everyone. This is an economic crisis for you, while the rich do really well, which I think kind of underlines that this is a crisis of inequality. But I think what is probably most interesting that is different about the economy now compared to last year is when I did my video last year, inflation was still just above 4% in this country. And there was still this kind of perception that we were living in a very weak economy.
Like the one meme I love. Psst. Hey, kid. Come here, kid. The stock market isn't the economy and it rises because your wages don't. Okay, kid. Have a good one.
Because we were still in the kind of economic aftermaths of COVID. And there was still this kind of perception that, well, we're screwed at the moment because COVID was really bad, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, but we're going to come through that and things will be better. And yet here we are a year later and we've started to see pretty much everything normalize. Inflation is pretty much back down to or around target in most countries. Commodity prices, which went up in the war in Ukraine, most of those are back down to the same levels they were before the war in Ukraine. Interest rates are starting to come back down again. Unemployment is at normal levels. GDP is back.
I lost money during COVID because I thought the market would stay down for longer. I forgot that rich people would get bailed out. not too hard, but rookie mistake. No, but with COVID, your bet was on point. They just what a lot of people didn't account for with the wealthy during COVID. That is that all their anxieties about what would come after COVID, they started working on, obviously, of course, with the political class as well, while COVID was happening. So they were preparing for the end of COVID throughout COVID. And that's why they didn't crash as fucking hard.
Higher than it was before COVID. And yet, despite the fact that everything has kind of normalized, living standards for ordinary people are still significantly worse. There's two things about this.
You forgot to account for bourgeois welfare. For the bourgeois welfare state, indeed.
The first one is that I think this firstly underlines that the thing I've been saying for a long time, which is what we are seeing economically, the reason for the fall in living conditions, is not about supply chain problems during COVID or about the aftermath of the Ukraine war. What we are seeing is a permanent decrease in living standards because we had a permanent increase in inequality. I think the first thing is it's becoming harder to spin what you're seeing as temporary, because it's
Basically what he's saying, okay, for dumbs like us, is usually the pitch is you are doing badly because the economy is in a downturn right now, right? So the pitch is, hey, it's 2008. There's a massive economic crisis. That's why shit sucks. Oh, it's 2020. It's 2020. It's COVID. It's the Ukraine war. This is why shit sucks right now, etc., etc. And that, to a larger or lower extent, is correct. Calling out capitalism for its inevitable and unstoppable movements upwards and downwards throughout history is one of the greatest pieces of criticism against capitalism itself. But we now find ourselves in an era where, well, that still happens. A much bigger player, or at least a player on the same level when it comes to the factor of why your life sucks so much, is because of, as he says, rising inequality, aka the wealthy are siphoning a shit ton of money away from you that they're not giving back because they're putting it into assets, which also then increase pricing and lower the value of the money that you manage to accrue as well. So TLDR, economic crises are making you poor, but now the super wealthy are much more aggressively putting their hands in your wallet and ripping the money out as well. So it's a double. And yes, many will say this has always been a double. Inequality has always existed, etc., etc. My counter argument is no, not to the same level as now. The fucking Egyptian pharaohs did not have the levels of inequality that we have now. So there's arguably not really any point in history at which you can point and say, oh, this was happening then, but, you know, things still recovered. And that's the scary thing that I think Gary is alluding to an extent that I agree with, which is that inequality doesn't have a cap-off moment. It doesn't have a cap-off moment. They will keep putting their hands into your wallets as long as you let them. Forever, until you literally run out of anything. It used to be, up until very recently, that you have crises, things get a little bit better, then you have a crisis, everything gets worse, then the crisis end, then you get a little bit better, and that will continue to happen. So that instability will plague your lives inside of the capitalist construct for the rest of your life. But now, an additional thing you have to worry about is that the capitalists no longer simply create wealth only through industry and the owning of the means of production, etc., etc. They have now realized, because, you know, there's too much competition. Most things have already been invented. They understand that they can make a lot more money by simply investing in assets that are rentables, that can yield high profit rates without them having to bother with actual industry, etc., etc. So they will be, rummaging around whatever you have left after having tried to eat some of your bread even more than they did before. So basically I'm saying you're fucked from another perspective, a bit more than you were maybe, 15 years ago. Are those Zin cans in the back? White boy culture is international. Yes, it is, baby. Yes, it is. Every single retirement plan is banking on the housing market right now, and we're confused why it's so expensive. They're coming from my bread crust. Yes, they are. So instead of letting them take your bread crust, instead give your bread crust to Yugopnik for $6 a month for free through Prime. You will continue to experience an adless life and avoid the ad that would have played in 45 seconds, but now it doesn't because of the level of subscribers that we have, which allow me to have a completely adless show. So thank you for your consideration. If you would like to help out those who do not even have any breadcrumbs, do consider becoming a gifter. Oil me, baby. Oil me so nice so that I can slither through these rising and falling stock numbers. And in return, you get to feel good, and everybody can be happy. The ad would have played in 20 seconds. Man, that feels so good. I'm so glad we hit the 2,000 target last month. Feels so fucking good. No fucking ads, motherfucker. Okay. But yeah, you got my point, basically. He's like, people only factor in moments of crisis, of economic crisis. They do not factor in inequality as an active process which diminishes actual wealth. Thank you, MXG, again. MXG, my prime oiler today. Thank you very much, MXG, for saving some people from ads that no longer even exist. Other oilers, be like MXG. Okay, let's continue. Because it's like, please shove the argument into your beautiful mouths and then make them travel to your brains, because it's a very good argument. A lot of us, even when we're Marxists, we still think
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
in an outdated manner when it comes to the movement of a capitalist economy and how it impacts our personal standards as individuals. Thank you, Misa Salsa, for the 5 months, baby. Thank you so much, Salsa. Hi.
It's becoming more increasingly permanent. The second thing about that is it creates this kind of interesting situation in politics.
I'm a conservative when it comes to ads. I'm scared of what's not there. Yeah, I'm starting to consider maybe adopting a conservative rightoid reactionary approach to the ads, like constantly screaming about how an ad is going to play. So all the OGs, all the bourgeois in chat will know that the ads are not going to play, but the new people might get scared of the ads playing and then still subscribe. So my profit margins indeed remain so high. But yeah, I'm thinking of like literally just fucking with people and like outright lying that an ad is going to play every 30 minutes. I applied to 40 jobs and didn't get a call back on a single one. Jeez, that sucks. Believe me, I'm aware of how shit things are for me personally. Yeah. So fucked. And you see, Chom is in this fucked up situation because of the post-COVID recession, but also because of the continuing rise in inequality, which quite literally moves even the small piece of the bread that we got to share before over to the pile of diamonds that our so-called class enemy has accrued. Indeed.
Which is basically every country that had an election. The
ads are the eastern hordes of Twitch. Yeah, I'm like, they're coming to your house and they're playing ads to your wife.
Political party that was in power significantly lost their election. They got basically smashed. And this is because people are seeing, well, the economy is permanently broken and people want change, and yet no political party has really sort of got a pitch. So as the centre has failed and there's been a loss of faith in this idea that what's happening is temporary.
Very good fucking point.
Increasing demand in, you need to fix it, you need to change what's happening. The centre has collapsed and you're seeing basically a complete political reformation. What you have is political parties need to change their messaging on the economy. They need to say we're going to do something dramatically different.
You like my new jug? Such a nice jug. My girlfriend bought it. It's a jug. I think it's from, I don't know where from. But the unfortunate thing is, it's not glass. So, doctors in chat, am I getting fucking microplastics from this shit? Or it's a very big jug. It's a big jug, brother. I like to hydrate this fucking liver of mine, brother, so I can drink more, brother. It's acrylic. It's probably fine. Okay.
Different. And you're starting to see those new kind of messages take shape. So I think when you talk about the US election, you can kind of see, and also the UK election really, you can kind of see what the new message is from the right of politics, which is, the problem is migration.
Bruh, that's a jug that your grandma uses on holidays, right? It's giving like grandma energy so fucking hard. What, you got anything against grandma energy? Grandma's got the best fucking energy, okay? You're what, 25? Grandma's got 3 of your life's worth of experience in her fucking brain, okay? If grandma finds something fucking good looking, it's probably really fucking good looking, okay? She's seen 1,000 more jugs than you ever will, okay? She's probably dying on some Iranian front one day. So don't fuck with grandma's taste. You think grandma's stupid for putting those little knitted cloths on top of the TV? No, grandma knows fucking style. Fucking 5 years ago, super expensive luxury brands started making shirts that look like, and dresses that look like grandma's knitting. We're only catching up to what grandma likes. Okay? Grandma knows a good jug when she sees one. Yeah, that was proper.
The problem is foreigners, and if you want to fix the problem, you need to be tougher on migration. We need to be tougher on foreigners. You can see that in Trump's rhetoric. You can see that in
Supreme jug, $9,000, please. Exactly.
Nigel Farage's rhetoric over here. You can see that in basically all of the politics of Europe. That is basically a new message being put together. And that is a smart message. And that is a message which has been very popular throughout history. You know, we saw this in the early 20th century from the political right. The reason that is smart is because when these anti-immigration, anti-foreigner political parties get into power, and they increasingly will get into power, we're seeing it across Europe, we're seeing it in the States. As these guys get
a bit of a hope pill, though, they will continue to rise in power, but they have to seize total political control in the next 10 to 15 years. And if they don't, they're completely cooked. That's my prediction. If they don't seize political power the next 10 to 15 years, they are completely cooked. Because you guys will be the adults. You guys will be the voting body. You guys will be the crux of the working class in your countries. By you guys, I mean young fucking people. And young fucking people, on average, except white boys in America, I love how people point at that. Yeah, who gives a fuck about white boys in America? Are so much more fucking progressive on average. And even those who aren't, they're gonna get out of their fucking face. A lot of them. So yeah, I'm just waiting for you kids to get into power, and then shit will be hopefully a little bit better.
Get into power, they will fail to fix the economy. And the reason they will fail to fix the economy is because they are not dealing with the fundamental problem, which is growing wealth inequality. But you've kind of got your excuse already built in, which is we tried our best to hit the foreigners, to hit the immigrants. The left didn't let us go far enough. You need to let us go further. And you know, this is the kind of slide which we saw in the early 20th century, which led eventually to people like Hitler and Mussolini getting into power.
Beautiful, beautiful historical analysis.
And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that Trump is Hitler. I'm not saying that Farage is Hitler.
No, they are. They are just a modern version of him, okay? They're just a modern version of him. We are not as radical or as violent on average as the denizens of the 20th century. So for what people are ready to say and ready to do and ready to believe in, he is the modern Hitler. They are the modern Hitler. Okay? Keyword there being modern. Modern. Modern.
These guys will win power. They will fail to fix the economy. And the obvious...
They are Hitler adjusted to inflation. Hitler adjusted to inflation.
Political move
Clip that.
To go further right. And whilst these guys themselves are not Hitler, the only path that they will be able to go as they fail, because they can't deal with inequality, because they're not
is
dealing
literal
with
Hitler.
inequality,
That's literally it.
They will simply be forced further and further right over time, and you will see more and more increasingly far-right politicians.
That's why we joke that people have Hitler particles, you know? You have Hitler particles, and increase, the more you are exposed to Hitler radiation, which is known as reactionary propaganda. You go to sleep one day believing that damn goddamn vaccines be causing the autisms in my dog. I can't even fuck my sister no more. And then you wake up on the next day and you're like, oh, holy shit, let's kill some K words,
Getting into power, basically. And that's the new space on the right. So what's the new space on the left? And I think that is where we start talking about the Labour budget and the election. So Labour won the election on an extremely small number of votes. They actually got, I think, 5% less votes than they got in 2019, where they got absolutely smashed. So
Farage went into the Hitler anomaly. Why did you say anomaly? I want to play the new Stalker game so fucking bad. I want to play it so incredibly fucking bad. But I can't because I'm a console peasant and a MacBook geek. No, MacBook are what? And MacBook are soy boys. Yeah, a MacBook soy boy and a PlayStation peasant. And I don't have enough subs to buy an Xbox. I never owned an Xbox, by the way. I never in my life owned an Xbox. It was always an American thing to me. It was always felt like an American thing to me. Like Under Armour. Like, who wears this brand that's outside of the States? Have you ever thought about opening a P.O. box? That's not a bad idea, but it will kind of tell you what country I'm in. Like, I have never seen this brand outside of the U.S.
Soldier, subscriber.
Mortal Night Wolf, get this man a PC. Thank you for the 5 months. Subs like yours move me in that direction. PlayStation is for Balkanoids. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's very I played PlayStation 1. We were poor as shit, and my dad started making some okay money. And he got me a PlayStation 1 from his friend that got PlayStation 2. And I was like, holy fucking shit. I didn't even know PlayStation 2 was a thing. Fucking love that shit. Anybody remember the PlayStation 1 Medal of Honor game? I think I still have nightmares from it. I know it's not supposed to be a horror game, but it's all at night. And you can't see past those fucking black pixels. And all the Germans would freak the shit out of me. Because I would always play it at night. I would wake up when my parents thought I was asleep. It's such a scary fucking game. Scared the shit. It's supposed to be just World War II running around shooting some fucking Nazi cunts. But yeah. PC, Xbox, PlayStation. 2008 cold. It wants its console wars back. But also L. PC, Xbox, L. Massive L. The fuck, Ubashi? I respected your taste there for a second. Holy fuck.
the actual number of votes went down, and they won simply because of complete collapse in popularity of the Conservatives.
Okay, my hot take. PC, best, but has no games, so not really good. Okay, you can play it really well, but you get GTA 3 years after it comes out. It's fucking cope. It's like the PC is like a Bentley. No, not a Bentley. The PC is like a Bugatti. Okay, great, you got a Bugatti, but you drive it on a normal street, and you will have to buy a new Bugatti because it can't go over a single fucking pothole, okay? Xbox versus PlayStation, literally choose depending on what exclusives you prefer. That's literally the logic. And I don't know. If you have money, get all of them. That's the best approach.
Party. So they didn't really need to have much
emulators. Yeah, I love how you're going to emulate a game that just came out. Yeah, there will be emulators 7 years down the line. Spider-Man, everything.
An economic message because they won simply sort of by default of not being the Conservatives. And then what do they want to do when they're in power?
Also, I don't want to spend like 4 fucking hours trying to optimize a fucking game to properly run on my rig and have to download 18 mods so that it runs at without breaking every 20 seconds the way it does on the console. But the anti-aliasing isn't going to be on the same level. Oh, the resolution isn't the same. Oh, my field of view is much smaller on the console. I mean, yeah, true, but come on.
I think if you were to pull an average man or woman to the side in the street and say, what do you think is Labour's economic plan?
That's real, to be honest. Shit is so annoying, but pirating is getting so good that it makes it better than console for me. Wait, are there pirates that are like so fucking G? By the way, that is very bad. Never pirate a game. I do not stand for this. Ooh, wow. Are there pirates that are so fucking G that they like upload a torrent of the version of the game that's been like properly modded and that has all the fixes and updates? Because that's some like angelic behavior. If you do that even once and upload the file, like direct entrance to heaven, 100%. They're one download. Holy shit. So people like get games, they get all the fixes, they get all the mods that can run it properly, and then they re-upload that whole package so you don't have to bother with modding the game themselves. Some do dodgy repacks. That's sick as fuck, man. If somebody, like, I'll love you if you do that. I hate you. That's illegal, you fucking thief. But holy shit. That is like fucking angelic behavior, for real. It is very angelic behavior. Fuck. Okay, back to the economy.
And what do you think is Keir Starmer's economic plan? I think most
I
people
do that with Zins, where you use a Zin and then you repackage it. Speaking of, cheers to all the junkies in chat.
would not know what it was. I don't think they have a clearly communicated economic plan. And if you were to ask me what it was, it's kind of let's just be really sensible. It's kind of a new sensibilism. This kind of belief that if you just do the status quo hard enough, if you're just sensible enough, things will get better. It's pretty weak. It will fail. And I think it's interesting to look at.
Yeah, and like he's using, normal people language, but none of you fuckers in chat are fucking normal people, and I give you that as an absolute compliment. What is he saying? He's basically saying that reforms are, what do we say here, chat? They are putting a band-aid on a tumor. That's what he's saying. Okay, the pitch of classic liberals or even Sotsdems at a time when capitalism is reaching the stage where profit generation is not only created through the extraction of surplus labor, but also through the literal extraction out of the wallets of the many. Those sorts of solutions offer absolutely nothing, especially when put across these well-crafted, simplistic, emotionally hard-hitting pitches that are coming to us from the right.
What happened in the budget, it was a relatively modest budget. They raised taxes a very small amount. They raised spending.
I'm very jealous of this man's ability to talk about basically socialism without sounding like a fucking dork.
Very small amount. They raised borrowing by a very small amount. And yet people weren't happy with it, and the financial markets almost refused the budget, really. You saw government borrowing costs go up a little bit. I think what it shows basically is that Labour and the left are basically clinging to a failed economic orthodoxy. Increasingly what is clear is we live in an economy where more and more and more is being owned by the rich. So you are left with basically a choice. Either you tax the rich more, or you just accept that you are poor now. And the government is sort of trying to toe this middle ground. We're going to borrow a bit.
Because the pitch before, and you will see the pitch switching, the pitch before is the times are just bad right now. Things are going to get better. You got to tighten that belt, but things are going to get better. Things are going to get better. They're no longer giving us that pitch. Because they know that it will also be political suicide, because they know it's not going to get better. But the reformists and the Sotsdems and liberals, they can't offer us anything. Well, the right absolutely can offer us something. It gives us a perfect enemy, a perfect scapegoat that we can go and pummel over the head. And then it's not going to work. And then they're going to say, no, we got to pummel them harder. And we got to pummel them harder. And then we pummel them harder. And then it's no longer Adolf Hitler adjusted to inflation. It's just Adolf Hitler.
A bit more, we're going to spend a bit more. It's not going to work.
Son's job is to make the left not look like dorks, not ours. This is a dork zone. No, this isn't a dork zone either, motherfucker. This is the dank zone. Jesus, that was so cringe. This is for pieces of shit. We're making we're not like soft lefties. We're piece of shit lefties. Okay, this is that community. We're absolute pieces of shit, and we're tired of hiding it.
But it's going to fail, and we're not going to see economic improvement. Okay, so what does that mean? We are still living
modern dirtbag. Exactly, modern dirtbag left, baby.
In an economy which is dominated by the growth in inequality that happened over COVID. We are seeing the consequences which...
Thank you, William, for the
Wonderful.
4 months. I'm
Child
shit and I'm
soldier.
proud. Let's fucking go,
Subscriber.
baby.
You would imagine...
The scumbag, not even dirtbag. We're scumbags. I love that. I might steal that. Yugopnik's chat is the scumbag left. We're the scumbag left. We smell the trees. We smoke the trees. We touch the grass. And we're not nice about it.
You would see if you significantly increased economic inequality.
This community is full to the brim of a bunch of crazy assholes that would stand on counters at bars speaking about political theory like a fucking ape. Preach.
Which is a significant increase in living standards for the rich and a significant decrease in living standards for the rest. Once you increase inequality, first thing I will say is we are not going to see the kind of rapid declines we saw during COVID unless there is another economic disaster. Because that rapid speed...
I'll leave you with Ho Chi Minh and this brilliant gentleman for a second. I gotta go and empty that bladder. Empty those balls because we all know that piss is stored in the balls. And I'll be right back.
Of increase in inequality was a one-off. But that leaves us now at a high level of inequality. And if inequality is higher, that means ordinary people are paying more interest to the rich. The government is paying more interest to the rich. Ordinary people are paying more rents to the rich. And the rich are receiving more interest and more rents. So high levels of inequality lead to high levels of increasing inequality because it leads to high levels of payments from the poor and from governments to the rich. So that means we're on basically a steeper gradient of permanent decline now. And you're going to just see this continued immiseration. Living standards will continue to fall. And at the same time, because the rich are getting richer, asset prices will continue to increase. I should probably be clear on my predictions about asset prices. Because in the past, I've predicted very, very aggressive rises in asset prices that have happened. This time last year, I had a massive long position on gold. And I've really cut it back a lot because of the unbelievable speed of the increase. Gold prices and stock prices have gone up unbelievably huge in the last few years. I think that's justified because of the massive increase of the wealth of the richest. But I couldn't tell you with confidence they'll be higher in a year's time, just because when things go up that quickly, they do tend to come back down a little bit. The one thing which I think will really go this year is house prices. Interest rates have started to fall. They will probably continue to fall a little bit more. We'll probably see another sort of 0.75%, 1% come off Bank of England and Federal Reserve US base rates in the next year or so. Once those interest
Chat, how do people with no balls piss? Where does their urine come from?
rates go, house price will really start to go. House prices have been kind of left behind, or we'll probably see another sort of 0.75%, 1% come off Bank of England and Federal Reserve US base rates in the next year or so. Once those interest rates go, house price will really start to go. House prices have been kind of left behind in this really...
uterus. That's what the U stands for. Urine. Uterus. Okay. God, I always wondered what those were for.
aggressive asset price rally. And that is because it's much harder for rich people to directly buy a ton of housing. So when rich people make an enormous amount of money like they did in COVID, it's super easy for them to go into financial markets, buy stocks, buy gold. And that's why you've seen this massive increase in stock prices and gold prices. It's much more complicated for a rich person to go out and buy and manage, 100 properties. The way that rich people buy properties, and I think I'll probably do a video on this at some point, is kind of through the banking system and through the mortgage system. They put the money in the bank and the banks lend you the money to buy a mortgage. And because interest rates have been so high, it has made it difficult basically for ordinary people to pass those eligibility checks. And it's kind of blocking rich people from buying housing. What they want to do is lend you money.
That just for normal people language. Isn't it crazy that if you're poor and cannot afford a house, you cannot get a house? But if you're rich, you can go and you can buy 3 houses that you also to an extent cannot afford. If you have $10,000 in your bank account, you can't buy no house. But if you have $500,000 in your bank account and an average house costs $500,000, you can buy 3 houses. Because banks will be willing to give you loans for those 3 houses. And then you can have 2 of those houses rented out that are going to cover the majority of the interest rate you have to pay. And you can live in the 3rd house. I always found that absolutely fascinating. To repeat, when you have no money, you can buy 0 house. When you have a certain amount of money, you can get 5 house. Tell me that is irrational market economy. Tell me how rational that is. Woo-wee-wah. Fucking hell, bro. Oh, dude, sometimes if you basically have like enough money, enough other assets, you can go to the bank and they will let you build a whole fucking building with almost no down payment. You can build a whole building with fucking 50 flats in it and then rent out 49 and live in one. You could never also have afforded the building, but because you have a sort of margin, you kind of can. What's up, Struggle? Everybody go give Struggle a follow. Thank you so much for the raid, you fucking legend. Welcome, chatters. Welcome, chatters. We are doing Real Economy Hour. How you doing, Struggle? Welcome, welcome. Those who have not been a part of this community before, we're a bunch of fucking scumbag leftists over here fucking pointing at shit and calling it reactionary and fucking dunking on the fucking libs and shit. Kidding. And on the neocons, of course. Welcome, welcome. Did you guys Struggle? Did you see, I don't know if you were in chat. Did you see blackface king himself, Justin Trudeau, just left the Canadian government. We saw it live. It was quite interesting. Thank you, Cyber Penguin, for the 2 months, you fucking legend. Thank you very, very much. I encourage everybody to go and give Struggle a follow. Really, really good. Really, really fucking smart, comrade. Very nice. Also, if anybody was thinking of gifting some fucking subbies, now is the moment. To our new beautiful community members, throw that oil at me, and some of that oil might rub off on them. Yes, we're also very horny here, 10% of the time. Did they have an election? No, Trudeau seceded. He seceded the way probably some Canadian territories will secede to America in the next 10 years. It was quite the sight. Boy, sick.
So you can buy a house and they kind of indirectly own your house for your mortgage. But because of very high interest rates, they're not being able to do that.
Right now, we're watching Gary's Economics, which is very good. Ex-stock trader turned commie, talking about the probabilities of what is going to be happening to the economy the next year. And one of his main arguments, which is a very, very decent argument, thank you very much, Deba, for the gifty, oil me baby, is that rising levels of inequality have pretty much thrown out the conversation about you're doing badly right now out of the window, the conversation about you're doing badly right now because there is an economic downturn or a particular economic crisis. Yes, you're doing badly because of an economic crisis, but your ability to pretty much sustain yourself is also being impacted by the super wealthy no longer simply generating profit from labor exploitation, aka exploiting only their workers. They are now actively buying up so everything that is socialized, everything that is state-run, everything that even you as an individual can hope to own as personal property. So yeah, it's a very interesting conversation.
That as soon as rates come down, you're really going to start seeing house prices go. With regards to interest rates and inflation, these will both come down. For a long time, I've had kind of
struggling because of capitalism, absolutely. But because even Marx talked on at length about how capitalism is not a sustainable system because of the repeating moments of crisis. And if you have repeating moments of economic crisis that hit so fucking hard, we should not look at that particular system as a sustainable or smart way to organize societies. But because we're in late stage capitalism, it is no longer only the downturns that come from crises, but a continuous eternal downturn as there's basically not enough assets or money for everyone. So with rising inequality, your chances to accrue assets or wealth are lowering and lowering. We call him a commie. Do you think Gary is the legit leftist that's cosplaying as a normie? I've heard him say that he isn't a leftist, or is he in denial about a little bit? A bit of both. A bit of both. He's just too normal to be like, herder, I really love this political ideology the way the rest of us are. But, dude, it doesn't matter if you call yourself a fucking pineapple. If you're contributing to class consciousness, if you're contributing to the wider movement, God fucking bless, dude. Like, I don't care if you're a fucking MLMFLP, proud Marxist-Leninist Filipino supporting Chinese Russian. Okay, I don't give a fuck. It's what you actually do that matters. We're materialists, right?
Of a slightly ambiguous view on this, which is because the middle class is being really smashed and ordinary people's spending power is being really smashed, this should have the effect of really bringing prices down and bringing inflation down, which would bring interest rates down. But it also has this secondary effect of just really massively increasing poverty, which then kind of forces governments to spend a lot more money because people have like desperate need and the government kind of has an obligation to help the people, which is why you've seen much high levels of spending and government deficits, sustained high government deficits, and those high government deficits will tend to end up with the rich and will tend to push prices up again. So there's a kind of a balanced view on whether inflation rates come down. I think they will, but how quickly and how far kind of depends on how much money governments spend. I think you're kind of getting to a point here where basically nothing governments do work.
Exactly. The reformist approach, even when very well intentioned, at the current late stage of capitalism, does even less than what it did before. And that extrapolates along the timeline because the right gets more voters and more radical support. Because the only counter argument to what the right is offering as a solution are Sotstems and liberals offering them solutions that they've seen with their own eyes do not work. So the whole situation is like a snake eating its own ass. I said the thing. There you go. I need a button thing. I really need to fix that fucking thing where I can press buttons and noises come out and be like a very professional streamer, man. But I'm too much of a scumbag to do that.
And that is because there's this kind of absurd, really stubborn unwillingness of governments on either left or right to accept that inequality might be the problem. What you're seeing is kind of, you've got an economy that is dying of cancer and a political system that does not believe cancer exists. So they keep trying to do a lot of sensible seeming fixes, like more investment and, let's just, be more efficient and let's try and search for growth. You can't grow your way out of a cancer.
Holy shit, he's using the same cancer allegory. We used literally 20 minutes ago.
There's a gaping hole in the bottom of the ship that needs to be fixed. Neither right nor left has any real understanding.
By left, he means like UK Labour, just so that you fuckers don't get confused, okay? Not confused, but, get... He said the left,
So I think the only hope we have, if we want to prevent more economic worsening, is to really force this idea into the political mainstream that inequality is the problem.
Actual leftists, yes.
Until then, we will see continued economic worsening, and that will be combined with continuing rises in asset prices, which means the rich will get richer and richer. It's another very pessimistic economic picture. But the only chance we have to prevent this is to really drive inequality as the cause of the economic worsening into the public narrative, into the public consciousness, and into the minds of the politicians. Labour are going to fail on the economy, and they'll be very unpopular in 2
Yeah, it's called class consciousness, my friends, and as it rises, so do the organizations which can feed said class consciousness. But said class consciousness can only inspire political movements once it is sparked in people's minds. Even though one should always remember that there is no such thing as like a crazy epic a moment where, 51% of the population has class consciousness, and then boom, that starts a revolution. That's not how it works. Great moments of crisis lead to massive revolts and the reorganization of society. But depending on how much class consciousness has been distributed amongst the masses, and more importantly, how many organizations from the left actually exist on the territory of the country or region where these upheavals and revolts are happening, the society we will see after said upheaval or revolt will be defined by the organizations and political movements that can utilize it. So class consciousness leads to organization and membership of organizations and support of organizations, both verbal, physical, and financial. And then depending on how much strength you have at moments of revolt, that is the type of society you see being created post-revolt. Yeah. Massive oversimplification, but I think you get me. Seeing the state of the people in the UK always brings out the Maoist third worldist. Oi, bruv, conditions will worsen. Yeah. Like the nicotine zin nestled lovingly in my foreskin, I will cling to you until the end of time. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, wow. That was poetry. Keir Starmer is a Trojan horse with glasses he can't even buy himself. He's more capitalist to right than Trump. He's a house N-word analogy. If the house was rich people and the N-word the slave labor, obviously. Yeah. Often, though, supporters of fascist movements are so close to class consciousness, they basically recognize the oppression, but are funneled to the right. They are. They're funneled to the right through reactionary rhetoric and propaganda and ideology. That's the whole point. That's the irony of the right. It cannot exist without the leftist boogeyman.
2 or 3 years. The only thing I can do, and I would hope for any of your support, is try and make this channel big enough that in 3 or 4 years' time, when the next election's coming around and Labour are in desperate need of a rebrand, that we are the best alternative. It's a big ambition, but I think it's our only chance. Inequality is worsening. It will keep getting worse. The economy will keep getting worse. We can fix it. We can reduce inequality. It's about taxing you less and taxing the rich more. We'll be campaigning for it all year long, as long as I can keep it up. And we're grateful for your support. Thank you.
In May of 2020.
Oh my God, woman jump scare. Gary, that was sick. That was very decent. Very decent. Trstjanash. It's trst, brate, kakav triest. What triest? What the fuck is a triest? Some sort of stick? It's trst. My father-in-law is a hardcore PVV racist, right-wing dude, and I think he would literally have an identity crisis if you took the word woke away from them. Then he's like, oh my God. Okay. Thank you, Barry Balls, you G, for two gifties, baby. Lube me up, baby. Lube me up. Let's take a small break from hardcore political discourse, and then we'll move most likely into the girl boss conversation, girl math and girl power, maybe even the narcissist conversation and the burnout conversation. But let's take a small break with this thing that just came out 5 days ago from Amon and Animations, one of my favorite channels of all time, arguably. Dr. Disrespect's demise, Amon Animations. Are we ready to melt brains? Again, thank you very much, Barry. Be Oilers like Barry and support the show and avoid the ad that is going to not play in the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you do not want to watch the ad that's not going to play, do consider becoming a sub for $6 a month or for free through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. Ad isn't going to play in the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, why am I saying it super quickly? As if I also stopped ads on this channel because our subscriptions are at a sustainable level to make money without actually having to play ads. I don't know because the ad is going to play. Anyways, okay, let's watch this fucked up shit. The guy always kills it.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not.
Man, his animation is so good. I would think this is a recording, not an actual animation.
Pal, I'm telling you why. Because the doc is coming to town.
Okay, bro. Bro streams video games for a living. Thinks he's some epic badass. My brother, you play. That's always been very interesting to me. The spin of gaming, which I game. I love gaming, but the spin of gaming being this hyper masculine trait that makes you into a badass Chad has been, let's say, very interesting to look at in the last 2 decades. Because remember, 10 to 15 years ago, being a gamer was the ultimate soy behavior. But now it's soy behavior if you play games that have black characters. Fucking hell. And that's the strength of the right toys, bro. They can co-opt absolutely everything.
I Dr. Disrespect.
Who's that? How old are you guys? You guys the exact same age? Are you guys twins?
No.
Oh.
No, my brother's turning 13 and I'm 10. Bye.
Don't you leave without me.
Okay.
Just watch what I do. And watch how good looking I do it with.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Where are you going?
I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna sit in my chair.
If game's so masculine, how come woman character is more powerful than the man? Very important questions are being asked today.
Focus, okay?
Okay, I mean, don't leave.
I'm not.
We went through a water slide of success, and all these little punk kids were at the bottom in the little kiddie pool, not knowing that a 6'8" freak of nature is coming down the water slide at 95 miles per hour, butt naked, fully Vaseline from head to tippy toe, ready to knock every single little kid out.
No, bad.
What the fuck? That's a real quote. What the fuck? How did nobody see this coming? I mean, a lot of people saw this coming, but holy shit.
Oh, the backyard, the backyard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, who's it?
I appreciate everyone watching today.
Who's it in the backyard? Who is going to be looking?
We'll get.
Really, like you said, we don't really know some of the.
Yeah,
we'll get through this Champions Club.
Again, this is so fucking hilarious. Playing a hyper masculine character and your profession is play video game on a streaming platform is fucking crazy, dude. My Balkan ass could never. My Balkan ass could never, dude.
I know it's a tough.
Because I don't know this one well.
Life's weird right now. We'll get through this, okay? And
Hey, Christopher.
Fuck. Doc's always been in my corner for a long time now. You guys know him and I go way back. It's unfortunate what's happened in the bigger business and the fact that we still.
These animations are getting ridiculous.
Don't know what the fuck happened or is happening, and I fucking hate that I hate that I can't play with him. I've always hated that.
And you think I'm gonna stop right there? Woo! You think that's the end of the line? Easy! You think we're done?
Third try, and Baby Sassman brought me a little cupcake as a celebration.
Did we put the locks on the arena?
I'm gonna eat my cupcake and I'm gonna celebrate. Nothing you're gonna do about it.
We're just getting started. The name is Dr. Disrespect.
I love the cuts between what he imagines himself of being and the fact that he's just sitting in front of a computer screen playing some games. which is a great thing to do. I love doing it as well. It's just, normal people don't tend to think they are badass mass murderers when everything they do is game. Just saying.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a little fatigued. Feeling a little burnt out.
Classic moment when life crumbles before his eyes by the sound of Elden Ring OST. That was one of the greatest internet moments of all time, I must agree.
Always kind of hinted like it'd be nice to get off and just completely separate, right? Go live in Costa Rica or something.
Wow, I have known Doc for a while now. We've played games for years. If what he is saying, that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate, I cannot support that.
Yo. Checking in. I read through Doc's tweet. He basically confirms that, he was texting an underage girl.
Not large enough to be Tim.
And it went weird sometimes.
He was a friend. People think that we're like best friends, like we're hanging out. I don't even know the guy outside of a wig. We took one picture together, and newsflash, he was in a wig.
Fucking mistakes.
Throwing under the bus. Which is the direct consequence of, you making friends with people only as a means to climb a ladder in your particular industry, and not because you're fucking friends. But hey.
And you think I'm gonna stop right there? I guess since you all...
Because these people think that they have power that can never be taken away from them. Denied. They think they have such a tightly knit community that will always defend them. Denied. They think they're whatever they do is allowable because many people watch me on stream play video game. Denied. It's the level of I know that later we're gonna dunk on everybody, calling everybody a narcissist and shit, but the level of narcissism, my dude.
Missed the point with my personal statement. Maybe it's time to tell my side of the story. Cody Connors, you said that I got banned from Twitch because I was sexting a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you even know what the legal definition of sexting is? I do. And yeah, I used Twitch as Whispers, but trust me, I wasn't sexting anyone. You also said the word minor, Cody. I even made sure that word was emphasized in my statement, edited, etc., just to make sure these so-called journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, gents. I even used the word inappropriate, purposely. And look at how it's defined by everyone, gents. Huh? People want to show the message, release the messages, show the messages. What are we in second grade?
Hey guys, when's the last time you stopped by the Champions Club locker room? When's the last time you put on a and I mean multi-million-dollar smile in front of your clients and said, it was great working with you? When's the last time you put on that black on slate black blazer and the red bow tie? When's the last time you put on the fake Steven Seagal ponytail and stuck 2 fingers deep into the jar of Vaseline? Put on that goddamn red bow tie. Take that little jar of Vaseline, get your spider grip on it, take off the cover. 2 fingers in there, dip it in. Put it underneath your neck, all over your chest and your ass. I need you faster than anybody else out there. Remember, we're going down the water slide of success. And if there's a bunch of little kitties at the bottom of it, they better get out of the way.
Wow, one of his best work yet. Thank you, Barry. I saw this when I took too much Ambien last week. Oh shit. Pasta jebał pičku iz ti krete, bro. Oh, literal psychosis immediately, bro. Yo. You're cooked if you have your Joker moment about technical definitions of sexting minors. Absolutely. Who made this? A1 Animations, the best animator on the fucking game. Why is Dr. Disrespect bad at playing the piano? He only plays songs in A minor. Bro thought he was 2 steps ahead. He was 2 kids behind. Bro, he's crashing out so hard, I'm crashing. Oh, son of a bitch. Bro took Drake's game plan. Oh. Badoom ch. Badoom ch. Badoom ch. Oh, God, that was fucking great. Oh. Okay, should we watch the video about girl bosses or about narcissists? Girl bosses or narcissists? What do you want, chat? Are they the same video? To an extent, they are. Girl boss, girl boss, girl boss, girl boss. Okay, girl boss, let's go. You were the fast ones. Okay.
In May.
This is Shakespeare. It might be the first video I watch from the channel. It has been recommended plenty of time. So let's fucking watch it. Here's the link. Let's pin that beautiful boy. A beautiful boy. And let's start the conversation. Me, a cis Balkan, 6'9", toxic masculinity enjoyer. I'm gonna give my opinions on women. Isn't this the most OG of Twitch content that one can think of, eh? Let's go.
May of 2021, Olivia Rodrigo published Sour, a seminal body of...
Holy shit, is this video essaying? This video essay is essaying hard. It's already starting with a song. I love it. Then he's going to probably say something about how that song showed where we were at culturally at that time. Sorry, I'm not hating. It's just like I could predict the first 20 minutes of most video essays. It's a professional dysfunction, they would call it.
Work that spoke to the highs and horrors of youth.
I'm so sick of 17. Where's my teenage dream?
She considered it an exploration of sorts into her teen years, an excavation into the romance, anger, and dissatisfaction plaguing her life. This album spoke to people. Not only did it become one of the best-selling albums of 2021, it also reignited an ancient conversation. Women and girls across generational lines used Sour's success as an opportunity to unearth and criticize the politics of girlhood. Sour is seminal because it arguably primed us for what happened next. 2 years later, on the dot, pop culture transitioned into a full-blown girl renaissance. A girlissance, if you will. The term girlissance refers to our culture's latest embracement of ultra-femininity, enhanced by the imagery and language of girlhood. The girlissance came off the back of the 2010s, which was fatally defined by not like other girl discourse. This was an era where some women had interests and tastes outside of the mainstream or traditionally feminine parameters. And this somehow snowballed into an unrecognizable, hellish debate that lasted an entire decade. Trust me, I was there. But when the girl—
Holy shit! Holy shit, do I feel like not involved in the conversation? I did not know this was happening, chat. Holy fuck, this was happening.
Renaissance began to take shape in the summer of 2023. We quickly found that this divide was behind—
Is this what privilege feels like?
us. Barbenheimer became a cultural phenomenon, which saw films dressed in all pink to watch a nearly 6-hour double feature. Girl math and girl dinner were added to the digital dictionary. Billionaire girl bosses dominated our feeds, and various girl aesthetics popped up and floated by. It was a sparkly, consumerist fever dream of a summer. Since then, we have been utterly possessed by girlhood.
Girl boss summer.
It has crystallized into something sacred. We treat it as an escape, a return to what some have described as innocence and freedom. Can you see my straw in the corner here, or it looks kind of weird from this angle? Anyways, furthermore, our obsession with
Girl math and girl power, the conservative politics of girl
girlhood
world.
isn't staying contained to
Let's
TikTok.
learn, boys.
It's popping up in ad campaigns. It's influencing our media. This topic is significant. It's a reflection of our world. As Anita Harris argues, girlhood has been a burning topic in our society since the 90s. This was the peak of the riot girl movement, as well as our entrance into girl power politics.
It's all about girl power.
Yeah.
Between governmental regulations to questions about a girl's values,
I love when I get alienation from a person that has no PP. Girl dinner is a joke about the crap you eat when you aren't expected to cook for someone else. The way you will make a whole ass dinner for yourself and your man, or yourself and your kids. But if you're alone, girl dinner might just be half a protein bar and 6 grapes. But isn't that like person dinner? Isn't that person dinner? Doesn't everybody like cook larger and tastier portions that involve a lot more work when it's for other people, not just them? But then when you're alone, you're basically... I had like 2 days where I literally lived off of sunflower seeds and beer because my girlfriend was abroad. Oh. Class dinner. They're just no effort dinner substitute. Yeah. But we're gendering it now, which makes it better social commentary. Trademark.
pastimes, and politics, discussions about girlhood have morphed into discussions about...
Thank you, Glacy, for glazing me up, if you know what I mean, with that 12-month. Thank you very much, Cap.
culture. We have come to the conclusion
That's
that
very kind of you. That's crazy. Thank you.
the way we feed our culture is the way we feed our girls. It's cyclical. Instead of being a forgotten category or a peripheral identity, girls have transitioned to the forefront of our mind.
There's a bit more nuance, but she'll go into it. Not like already the nuance that I can smell, which is very correct nuance, is when a guy is without a girl and he lives like a fucking pig. It's completely chill because he's a guy and he gets to do that. It's even based that you're living like a pig. But when a girl does it, it's super fucked up because a girl always has to look 100% perfect, make 100% the perfect meals, have her house look 100% perfect, be available 24/7. Of course, there is a gendered aspect of the conversation that I'm not missing. I just, that specific term and how it was explained, I was just commenting on. The nuance also involves the way women are expected to be the caregivers for all other humans in her life at all times. Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
They have emerged as their own phenomenon, according to Harris. So what does the girlissance mean, and how does it impact us? I hate to say it, but the answer isn't simple. It's complex, it's contradictory, it's Shakespearean. I would argue that the girlissance has the potential to both help and harm its participants. On one hand, our obsession with girlhood is a way for femmes to reclaim their relationship with femininity, as well as with youth. On the other hand, it's often used to reassert conservative ideals. The girlissance is an ever-moving mishmash of
Girl dinner is like eating disorder romanticized. It's like a TikTok trend.
radical gender negotiation and infantilizing brain rot. Let's look closer.
Girl dinner.
Hello, my name is Shania, and I'm a writer and visualist who focuses on pop culture and other silly internet happenings. It's November!
I love this person. She's fucking cool. She's very cool. She just she just helped me in my personal life. So next time people ask me what do you do, I can't say streamer podcaster. I will say
This is on pop culture.
I will say.
Hello, my name is Shania.
Hello, my name is Yugopnik.
And I'm a writer and visualist who focuses on pop culture and other silly internet happenings.
That's what I'm gonna say. Hi, I'm Yugopnik. I'm a writer and visualist that concentrates on pop culture and other silly internet happenings. I'm not making fun of her. I genuinely am stealing this. It's fucking brilliant, bro.
It's November. And
Girl Renaissance is guided by consumerism, so therefore it can never be truly feminist, which is why all it does is reinforce hierarchies and expectations of women. Yeah, let's see the video. Apparently, I also have a girl dinner, but I also have an eating disorder. Yikes, something I never connected. Fuck. Holy shit, today is exactly 1 year after you announced you would start streaming. What the fudge? What the fudgerino? We're no longer cursing. I'm cooking something new. Holy shit. Fuck. That is crazy. Thank you, pandas, you beautiful son of a bitch. Fuck. It's been a long year, though. It's been a long year. Thank you, chatters, for everything. Thank you, subs. Thank you, follows. Holy shit. 365 days. Fuck hell, man. Sick, dude. Very sick. Thank you, chat. Here's a little... Thank you for my ass. Here's a little... What the fuck? I can't hear shit with. Here's some 5 subs. I know it's nothing, but still. Thank you, Barry Balls, for the gifty. Holy fuck. That's
Wonderful.
crazy.
A new child soldier.
Thank you.
Subscriber.
And now this year, hopefully I actually become a fucking streamer, not just someone who streams 2 times a week on average, I think.
I just wanted to tell you that we will be okay. So, to make sense of this video, I need to ruin your attention span. By that, I mean, I need to introduce you to the ins and outs of TikTok tyranny. Recently,
Like 1 year ago, on the 3rd of January, I left my job. 1 year ago and 3 days ago, I left my day job to do this shit. Obviously, the podcast as well. Obviously, the news show.
Wonderful.
Obviously, my main channel
soldier.
to some extent.
Subscriber.
Crazy. Crazy. And what a year it's been. A brilliant fucking year.
Recently, girl trends have taken social media by storm. These are viral niches within the larger girl renaissance, and they include girl math, girl dinner, aesthetic girlhood, and just a girl. Let me break it down. In May of 2023, a TikTok user by the name of Olivia posted one of their favorite meals: grapes, bread, cheese, butter, and wine.
I call this girl dinner, or medieval peasant.
Though the cold butter and raw bread confused me and my southern ancestors, the term girl dinner stuck regardless. About 2 months later, TikTok
Why, is this Balkan breakfast, but you don't eat shit? You just eat very little?
user Karma Carr posted...
Because Balkan breakfast is like ridiculous amount of fucking food. You just, you know, like... You can't be bothered to make it, so you shove it out of the fridge and you just start fucking eating everything you got in the fridge, and it's awesome.
A girl dinner ditty, and this is where the trend really took off. Ditty, not ditty, ditty.
This is my meal. I call this girl dinner.
Girl dinner, girl dinner, girl dinner, oh, girl dinner.
Are women okay?
Karma's sound became the background gospel to women and girls' mealtime. Videos depicted women eating dill pickles, cherries, and popcorn, tortillas with nothing but mashed avocado inside,
What the fuck?
and plain noodles with shredded mozzarella. Girl dinner is a chaotic free-for-all. It's entirely random, like a
But some of it is comfort food, some of it isn't. Yeah.
charcuterie board or British cuisine.
It's kind of beautiful, really.
No, no. That one was for my management team. Love you guys. Over time, the trend became mainstream, and the meaning of it changed. Instead of girl dinner, it was no dinner. Portions became extremely small. Vape became a regular substitute. Instead of rallying around the joy of
Like a lot of this is like the 30-year-old joke about Balkan, the real Balkan breakfast, cigarette and coffee. But obviously, you know, here it turned into something toxic.
boundaryless yet satisfying meals, girl dinner became yet another form of aesthetic starvation.
Next came girl math. Girl math videos usually feature women and girls of varying ages talking to the camera and explaining their financial rules. These rules are usually applied to consumerism.
Balkan is my favorite gender, it should be.
And are notably unorthodox.
I bought $20 in scratch tickets and I won $70, so I made $70.
These videos can either be filmed solo, with a girlfriend, or most interestingly, with a man. In the case of the latter, the men are usually depicted as objective and financially literate, especially juxtaposed with a woman who is explaining unconventional financial rules.
No, because you had to spend the money the first time.
No, but then the second time it's free because it's no extra money. Or like if you pay for cash with something.
Months later, in late 2023 and through
2024,
a new trend took hold. Girl dinner and girl math was backdropped by the phrase, "I'm just a girl." Incidentally, this phrase goes back decades.
Of course it wouldn't do this, but that's what... Yeah!
In 1995, No Doubt released their third studio album, which featured the song Just a Girl. We'll come back to this later, but for now, just know that a soundbite of this song became the anthem of the TikTok trend. Alongside it, users also began clipping this scene from 1999's Notting Hill, where Julia Roberts' character tells Hugh Grant's,
I'm also just a girl.
Videos within this trend range anywhere from a woman or girl having poor driving practices, like hitting a curb or wrecking a car, to being uninformed.
Being a girl is one of the hardest.
Is this what like being a quisling woman is like? Is this what being a quisling woman? You know what a quisling is? Like people from countries that were invaded by the Nazis that chose to help the Nazis, even though the Nazis openly said we're gonna kill all of you fuckers, including your traitors, after we killed the non-traitors. Is this like quisling woman behavior? Yes, witchy woman. Quisling is a type of a bird. Quisling, yeah, but quisling. Pretty much. Okay. Yeah, the fucking shit irks me so fucking hard.
Jobs on the planet. Like, I assume it's much harder than being an engineer. And by the way, I don't know what an engineer does, but I don't need to because
oh my god, this is making me want to fucking throw myself out of a fucking window, and I'm just a fucking dude. Holy shit, you girl. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I'm just a girl.
Or simply,
she wasn't doing a sketch. I hope she was doing a sketch.
Just being susceptible to consumerist propaganda. Further, these videos tend to posit that because someone is just a girl, they can't or shouldn't be expected to do things for themselves, at least not properly.
Yeah, it's self-infantilization on fucking steroids that might sound like a good idea in the beginning, but then if you keep fucking doing it, people then end up actually treating you like a fucking child, and then it gets very dark afterwards.
These girl trends have become sacred to those who
That's her whole bit, okay.
participate within them. They're seen as a way to reclaim and participate within girlhood, regardless of age.
On TikTok, girlhood is depicted as cinematic, glittery companionship and shards of adolescence that make up one shiny core memory. Women and girls post videos about doing each other's makeup, talking about crushes, and dancing on the beach. Some of it depends on gender essentialism. A lot more of it depends on romanticizing a very specific and brief period of one's life. Women and girls wish to be in this one cosmic perfect place forever, young and vital, happy and carefree. The girl trends are really an extension of this wish. A digital way to hold on to something that is undeniably waning, but presented to us as a magical core piece of our identity. Despite most of the participants of the Girlaissance being older teens and women in their 20s, they wish to remain a girl forever. Connie Morrison argues that in our modern age, we use pop culture and social media as a way to construct our identities. When it comes to the viral girl trends, women and girls utilize them as a way to reassert and to redefine their feminine identity. Social media becomes a way to renegotiate gender, and more specifically, it serves as an idealistic space for women and girls to share their experiences. This is significant for two reasons. The first reason is that women and girls have very little space to construct and articulate their identities, especially without scrutiny. Since girlhood has become a burning topic in society, that also means that women and girls have become even bigger targets for criticism and consumerism. Everything they create, every trend, aesthetic, and belief is questioned by the public and then co-opted by the market, only then to be sold back to them. In order to avoid—
Very often the market itself creates it. The market itself creates it. Okay? There are very smart people with very, very decent degrees that have made it their whole life, increasing shareholder value through the creation of subcultures and trends. The first step towards this was arguably the most important one, and that is distancing subcultures from a particular way of life. AKA, you only dressed as a skater if you were a skater. You only dressed as a metalhead if you were an actual metalhead. You only, fucking dressed as a skinhead if you were a skinhead, right? You dressed as a homeless person if you were homeless. That one is not a subculture, but you get my fucking point. But by removing aesthetics from any particular way of life, not only fashion, but all sorts of products that are sold on the basis of subcultural belonging, became a good old way to make money, because you could create the subculture. In the past, you could not create a subculture because you needed people to participate in it. Now you just spawn it, because the subculture isn't really a subculture. It's just like a aesthetic you fucking post about. Okay? That's it.
Avoid being criticized or co-opted, Harris argues that women and girls seek out
And
marginal.
you had to be physically there in the scene, collecting and making your shit over time. Exactly. There was a scene. There's no scenes anymore. There's no scenes of anything. You are a thing because you say you are a thing. You are a metalhead. You dress like a metalhead. You might be a metalhead. You never listen to metal in your life. Obviously, there's the other opposite end of the spectrum of incredibly toxic people being like, hey, have you ever even listened to Slayer, but you wear a Slayer t-shirt? We rightfully made fun of those chuds. But one cannot deny the other extreme has fucking dominated everything. Nobody stands for anything. They just wear aesthetics of things that used to, or to an extent, but a much smaller extent, stand for something. All the fucking dudes that dress like, I do that sometimes, but all the dudes that dress like they're fucking construction workers. Motherfucker, heaviest thing you ever picked up was a PlayStation joystick. We should start gatekeeping again. That's a reactionary solution to a reactionary problem. But yeah.
Spaces. These marginal spaces are where we express ourselves, the good, the bad, the ugly. But it doesn't always work in our favor. Since Harris's article was published in 2003, their idea of a marginal space is...
Keyword superficial. Keyword here is superficial, okay? Self-expression without anything to kind of back it up is self-expression, and it's fine. It's a free country. You get to do it, but it is superficial. Being the Carhartt guy, and that being your vibe and aesthetic, is okay. Again, it's a free country, but it is superficial. There's a reason we have that word in every single fucking language. Okay?
A zine or a blog. Great mediums, still alive today, but I would argue that social media has become...
Give me 2-3 years and probably already exists. And shit like Girl or Boy Next Door are going to be an aesthetic that, people pursue because that's their identity of subculture, of not having a subculture or some shit. So ironically, they will create an aesthetic that says that you do not have an aesthetic, which misses the whole fucking point. Because you're doing the same thing as the people that are doing an aesthetic without actually living that type of life. It's, a son of a bitch.
Become our main marginal...
Normcore? Of course there's normcore. Of course there's normcore. Literally 1 hour ago was like, the youth, you are my ultimate hopium, okay? You are my ultimate hope pill. Well, I think in the long run, we win this whole fucking thing. But sometimes, holy fucking shit.
Space for self-expression, which sounds oxymoronic, I'm aware, but that's kind of my point. Despite there being like a gazillion people here, we tend to comprehend social media and the internet as some sort of void. We speak about ourselves freely, forgetting that millions of people can potentially see it. This creates an easy path for marketers and PhD level haters to infiltrate and target the feminine demographic. Take girl dinner, for instance. It started as like this trend amongst what felt like an intimate niche.
Women, girls, and otherwise femmes felt like they were sharing a silly yet unifying moment about the primal joys of scavenging. And then, in one fell swoop, Popeyes capitalized on the trend by creating an entire ad campaign centered around their side dishes, including their dry-ass biscuits. Just like with girlhood as a whole, these girl trends are easily picked up by the mainstream and then are ceaselessly interrogated, commodified, and scrutinized with little care as to why these trends exist or what their impact is on the culture. Girlhood and its extensions are being—
That is absolutely correct, but also there's no culture. That's the... She's completely correct, but there's also no culture. Because your culture is just saying that something is your culture and then doing the thing. Like, you see girl dinner on TikTok, you're like, okay, I'm a girl dinner girl now, and that becomes your thing. It's superficial from the get-go. The marketing campaign exploits it, sure, but it's just being superficial on a superficial concept. You get what I mean? By directly calling out the way corporations misuse these things, and they do, trust me, I've worked in fucking marketing, and I was very fucking good at it. When we concentrate on just the corporations using it for marketing, we, by accident, sometimes give greater weight to a thing we call a part of the culture that isn't really anything much except another buying habit. To make it very, very clear, does it matter that you're doing something because a company made a marketing campaign or because it was a trend online? You're still doing something for the sake of doing it because you saw it somewhere else and you don't have another aesthetic, so you're going with this particular one, with this particular culture. When corporations do it, it's actually fucked up because it's directly for profit. But you, the one participating in it, are still only participating in it because you want to jump aboard another superficial train. The stream is now about Popeyes. We're going to get a spicy chicken sandwich. Boy, oh, I wish I would kill for a fucking spicy chicken sandwich.
being forever stolen from the community. And that's the second reason why
Why do you think it's just fun, not just for aesthetics? Fuck yeah, that's sick. That's sick. I just find it kind of, it irks me a tiny little bit, I have to admit. When, you know, people doing something for fun or to be edgy or like really fucking with a particular digital trend that, you know, leaks into the IRL is like defining it as a culture or a subculture or a way of life. Those are not the same thing, my dude. And construction worker looking at the Carhartt guy will tell you why it's not the same thing. But if it's for fun, fuck yeah, man. I love dressing up like I'm a private military company bodyguard and shit. I love all my jackets with my fucking pockets and fucking military pants that look like formal pants, but actually if somebody goes to fucking stab me in them, they have like these like this very good design that makes the knife slide off. Fuck yeah, am I LARPing? Am I about to get in a knife fight? Fuck no, I'm not. Do I feel cool because I'm like walking around? I'm like, nobody knows. You know that like guy at the corner of the party. Nobody knows that I'm actually kitted the fuck out right now. Of course I do. But I don't call it a fucking culture. I'm not. There's no culture of people LARPing to dress like security officers. It's not a culture. It's just a fucking fun LARP. We achieve total class consciousness through spicy chicken sandwich. The contradictions of having spicy chicken, yet chickens aren't spicy. What the fuck? Unites us all. I'm a Gorpcore head, but people take shit so seriously, trying to do exactly what Hugo just said, trying to turn wearing a jacket into a way of life. Exactly. Tactical formal wear. Yeah, I fucking love with tactical. I love being tactical, boy. But I'm like, oh, like, what are you into? Imagine, like, somebody asks you what you're into, and you're like, I'm really into tactical. You know, I love tactical clothing that I can wear that looks like normal clothing. Everybody in the room will die of fucking cringe. Because it's fucking cringe. It's not a culture. It's a little LARP you do, you know, to pass the time. You feel edgy. It's not a fucking culture. That's all. But then again, what is culture? That is a whole conversation on its own. You go mall ninja. I'm a mall ninja. Brother, I'm the greatest mall ninja you will ever meet, brother. Oh. So yeah, TLDR, I'm saying everybody's fucking cringe and stands for nothing. I genuinely mean it.
Renaissance is so sacred to those who participate within it, and why they defend it so fervently. Women and girls have a complex relationship with girlhood, in that they protect it, they value it, but they're also forcibly separated.
My culture is not your costume. I am forklift certified. Somebody give intimacy a fucking sub right now.
From it. This separation occurs for many reasons. Misogyny and its various manifestations, like
2000 subs.
misogynoir and
very
trans
good chat.
misogyny,
Very good.
there's
Thank you very much for
classism,
the oil.
imperialism, capitalism, ableism. I could keep going. Many people are promised the joys of girlhood, yet aren't allowed to be seen
Thank you,
as
Barry.
girls. They're never protected. They're never allowed innocence. In my latest newsletter,
Again, very often that comes from stupid, disgusting ass fucking patriarchal ass fucking cunt men, right? Men who will both expect the woman to be as masculine as them if they want to be treated as an equal, be it at the workplace or like at a random event or anywhere out in nature. But if they want to get quote unquote girl privilege, whatever that fucking means, then they need to be girly and nice and little sweet and unintimidating and woo. But then no matter what you do as a woman, like if you're a little girly girl, which is absolutely fine, of course, then you're just a little girly girl. You don't get to compete with us. You're like, I will never give you full respect because of how like outwardly feminine you are. De facto means that you will never be treated as an equal by me. But then if you try to play in the same level of mask as me, I will either be intimidated by it or I will criticize you for not being feminine enough and then ostracize you from the group as well. Women ain't no winning, okay? just be gay, I guess. I don't know.
I asked my subscribers.
I'm kidding. No, there's chill fucking dudes, and you all know that. There's no winning.
What makes girlhood so special?
It also harms the men too. It also harms the men. Because they, for example, hyper-focus. Oh, if I want a happy marriage, I must find feminine girl. But what if that's not actually your type? What if that's not actually your type? Or vice versa? Like, what if you miss out on a beautiful life you could spend with someone just because you didn't want to interact with them because they were too masc or too femme or too whatever the fuck? It's so fucking stupid.
And what makes this current iteration of the girl renaissance so important? The submissions were divided down the middle. While some viewed girl trends and our obsession with girlhood as infantilizing, others painted a vivid image of reclaiming a stolen childhood. People talked about being sexualized at an early age and being forced to have adult responsibilities as a child. They talked about being visually excluded from girlhood due to race or class. Trans women, particularly Dylan Mulvaney, have also talked about using the language of girlhood to reclaim their relationship to femininity and to emphasize trans joy. Overall, these experiences put faces and words to what Toni Morrison has called peripheral little girls. These girls had their stories effectively wiped clean from the narrative of girlhood. And so many people consider the girlissance a way to reclaim that identity, to renew their relationship with girlhood and youth. The girlissance is so sacred, so protected, that a lot of people want to let it remain unchallenged. The girls of the world want to be finally left alone so they can decide and curate their own experiences, without having the rest of us press to the glass of their enclosure. In my newsletter inbox alone, there's new.
Yeah, and isn't it fucking whack as fuck that that's not the case? That, you know, the way you want to present outwardly based on, you know, sometimes traditionally, sometimes not defined gender roles should be your fucking choice, and like you fucking do it, and then they will either attract or not attract people that fuck with that or not fuck with that based on, you know, what kind of a person they are, and that's it, and that's life, and that's how it should be. But no, we gotta shoot you because you don't behave the way we would prefer you behave.
Numerous calls.
But also, if you behave the other way, we will also not like particular things there.
for an end to the autopsy. Let girls live. Let girls do what they want to do. And a small part of me, a part this big, understands the defensiveness. But another part of me, a part that has made me really not fun at parties, is incapable of just accepting this narrative and moving on. While I would argue that the girlaissance can be used as a safe space to reclaim a lost girlhood, it doesn't necessarily follow that the trend is inherently harmless. At the very least, it's not as inclusive or radical as it's said to be. If Anita Harris is right, and our analysis of girlhood is an analysis of society, then the girl trends mean more than we're willing to admit. I would argue that they speak to the way late-stage capitalism has disillusioned us, and has forced large swaths of people to retreat to simpler times as a mean of escape. They speak to the misogynistic nature of our culture that incentivizes
Look at my big jug.
And convinces women to do the retreating, especially when said retreating is towards conservative ideals of femininity. And I mean, that sounds silly to say, right? How can funny jokes about girlhood on the internet matter that much? But maybe that's not the question. Maybe the question is, what are you unwilling to see? What are the politics?
What I'm unwilling to see is an ad that is going to play in exactly 30 seconds, so save yourself from that. Enjoy true girlhood by not watching any ads. For $6 a month for free through Prime by gifting those less privileged than you. Thank you very much.
Of the girlaissance that you are simply unconscious to. Let's start with semantics. I know my straw looks gross, don't mention it. This is arguably the most polarizing topic of the debate, even if it's one of the smaller aspects. Some scholars have argued that calling oneself a girl when you are of adult age is a form of infantilization. This is due to a mix of cultural, linguistic, and gender-based factors. On the other hand, user bunch of numbers on TikTok.
My girl dinner is ads. Ads are only for men. Men are already so cringe. How much damage can a cringe ad do to somebody already so cringe? But the girls must be protected from ads.
Says fuck you.
I'm doing reactionary rhetoric, but for anti-advertisement militancy.
This isn't true, die slow. So, I mean, it's hard to, both sides have a way with
Thank you, Barry, for that good old oil, brother. Thank you very much.
Words. But for dumps and chuckles, let's consider the first argument anyways. While the term girl varies in meaning based
I love chat. I love chat. We had a chatter that said, but I'm just a girl, and then Barry Bowles threw a sub at her and said, fuck your ads. Love it.
Off culture and context. The most common use, and the dictionary definition, refers to a feminine child.
Hugo, please check out the Bruv party for a sec. The party that will save the UK. I mean, since we're talking about gender norms, and there's a Bruv party. Nothing even pops up. What's the Bruv party? Nothing pops up. If you have a link, send me to the great Bruv party. I mean, I'm a Bruv.
Or adolescent. Heather J. MacArthur argues that, especially in Western countries and strictly within a legal context, an adult refers to someone who is 18 years or older. By way of contrast, a child is someone who is 17 years or younger. When we apply this age range to the girlaissance, and more specifically to the girl trends, we see an interesting pattern. It's clear that a decent portion of
holy shit, is that it? Breaking. Andrew Tate has officially launched the Bruv Party. Britain Restoring Underlining Values Party. I don't know if this is real, but that's fucking hilarious. The Bruv Party before GTA 6. Breaking. Andrew Tate officially launched the Bruv Party. This is incredible shit. This is absolute art. I love this timeline. I love this fucking timeline. And ironically, like, you get a lot of votes when you're an ironic candidate, so this actually might lead to something. And he also has a massive platform. And we already have, multiple rapists as prime ministers and presidents all over the world. So what's another sex trafficker, eh? Oh, God. I swear, if we get Andrew Tate as president, I'm calling game over, and I'm becoming a video game streamer. Okay, I will rage quit. I will rage quit.
Participants are people in their late teens, primarily 17 through 19. But a much more prominent demographic is women in their 20s. Anecdotally, I would say these women are between 23 and 28. Using MacArthur's argument, it would be a form of linguistic infantilization to call this second group girls. And yet this second group is arguably the most vocal participants in the girl renaissance. MacArthur's argument may be unconvincing to you so far. I mean, so far it's kind of unconvincing me. I don't believe that the term girl is inherently infantilizing, precisely because we don't live in a dictionary. Language evolves based on culture and context. The way we use and understand words sometimes has nothing to do with their proper definition and everything to do with their cultural one. Like in the Black community, the term girl is not used exclusively for children. It could be used as a way to address friends.
Concepts are used only as long as they are necessary or if they contribute to more benefit instead of harm. As material conditions change, as systems in which we exist evolve and overturn, so do certain concepts slowly remove themselves from our social definition of what is normal and what it is not. Same thing is with, what it means to be a girl, or what it means to be a worker, or what it means to be a citizen of a particular country, etc., etc. So all social categories and definitions have always been modified depending on the society they find themselves in, and they will continue to do so forever. And that is one of the beauties of being a human, because we evolve. And so will the definition of this or anything else. The reason I'm bringing this up is it's not just language that exists as a bubble. Language is informed by the cultural norms and standards of a particular society, and those are informed by the economic system that governs it and the stage that economic system of that particular society finds itself in.
Friends, it can be used as a form of endearment. It can even be used to indicate tone.
Girl, please. No, sorry. Next.
Girl, please.
Girl, don't do it. It's not worth it.
She kept giving him girl, yeah.
Okay, my apologies, Miss Girl. Miss who?
When I say girl, I'm not thinking of gender, let alone age. It's more of a neutral sentence enhancement. Some have even argued that outside of AAVE, girl can be used as a verb or an adjective, not just a feminine noun. Our culture has attempted to absorb and redefine what this word means, especially on the internet. Most people don't use it maliciously or as a way to infantilize. But there are other areas where MacArthur's argument makes sense. Even if you believe that the term girl varies across cultures and contexts, it's undeniable that this linguistic debate only applies to women and girls. And what I mean by that is men are rarely called boys, and you don't see many debates about why doing so would be infantilizing. Everyone already accepts that it is. To call a man a boy is to disrespectfully challenge his authority and manhood. Even when men are referred to as boys, it's only ever used to denote a temporary existence. And by that, I mean these phrases do not define a man's identity. Take the phrases, boys will be boys and going out with the boys, as an example. As MacArthur notes, the second phrase is used as a way to suggest an air of adolescent frivolity and irresponsibility, but it's temporary. You can crack a cold one with the boys, but everyone, you included, knows that you're still a man. No one at the bar or at the sporting event is going to call you a boy.
Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, for this night, we're going to revert and act more like children, but, tomorrow we will no longer be those boys because the night out has finished. Except for the boys that are addicted to the night out.
Unless they want to fight, I don't know. The same goes for the first phrase. It's another temporary existence, pulled out of someone's ass when they want to be unaccountable for their actions. They're often terrible, heinous actions. Neither of these phrases seek to fruitfully define or alter a man's adult status. But this logic doesn't apply to women. Women are girls forever, regardless of age and regardless of context. There's no such thing as a temporary infantile state for women. So What the fuck does all of this mean? This gender gap speaks to a wider cultural issue. To get old as a woman is to lose value, especially within a conservative, patriarchal society. Men, on the other hand, are expected and encouraged to age. They're christened into manhood when they're still adolescents, while women live and die as little girls. It's a belief
That's true, that's very true.
rooted in misogyny. If we look at this debate through a gendered lens, the term girl becomes less neutral or culturally malleable, as we previously argued. Maybe MacArthur was onto something, and maybe the only thing Use Your Bunch of Numbers is online.
Looking at it from a gendered perspective, the term girl comes preloaded with misogynistic connotations, and as such, we're unable to fully shake it of its adolescent signifiers. Not only does the term girl refer to adolescence, but
Fucking shoes on bed, what the fuck?
within a misogynistic culture, it implies immaturity,
Is this girl behavior?
frivolity, innocence, and irresponsibility. In that case, when we call a woman a girl, we might actually be infantilizing her. We're denying her of her adulthood. That brings us back to the girlissance.
This is also, non-English speaking chatters. Is this the same in your language? Because, like, nobody calls a woman a little girl in my culture. It's not like a thing you say. Even if you want to be sexist, it's not really like a concept. You don't call devojčica, hey, devojčice, unless, like, I don't know. It always sounds creepy as fuck. It sounds creepy. It sounds creepy. Very American, okay. White American behavior, yep. Dečko, but you see, there in like Serbo-Croatian, you very often use boy, and it's almost always a bit aggressive. Hey, dečko. Hey, little boy. Like when somebody's doing something and you literally are about to start a fight. You call them, hey, dečko. But it also can, yeah, this is a longer conversation. But it can also be, oh, dečko, izvini. Like, oh, boy, can you come here? But that's towards like younger men that's used. Yeah, and it's going to be considered not as bad. But, if you're calling the waitress devojčice, it's got a weird sexual undertone to it. I can't talk to you about this because I would have to speak in my language, but it's strange. No, in Swiss German, we actually often call girls women when they are still minors. Interesting. I feel like the boy thing, when said in a demeaning way, is used racistly in the U.S. Oh yeah, the boy, hey boy, yeah, that's very fucking racist. Yeah. I definitely think English has a vocabulary gap. You can be a boy, guy, dude, or man, but you can only be a girl or a woman. Yeah. And girl is often going to be used in that, not derogatory, but undermining manner.
And the most vocal participants within it, the 20 to...
Which makes it an interesting conversation on its own, because it shows how that particular linguistic definition of a gendered term changes the intensity in which it can be used for negatively depicting a person of said gender, more or less depending on the culture which has informed the language. Very cool shit.
To 30-somethings. MacArthur argues that calling women in their 20s and 30s girl is damaging, precisely because these women are still forming their adult identity.
Dude is pretty much gender neutral these days. Yeah, you will find it interesting in Serbo-Croatian. Brother is very gender neutral. I will call my mom bro. Like it's there you go. Different languages, different. It's interesting.
They're figuring out what it means to have more responsibility and more agency than they did as children. And so using the term girl strips them of their budding adult identity and makes them feel less mature and responsible. In the minds of Use Your Bunch of Numbers, this argument is not enough. Language alone doesn't prove that the girlissance is infantilizing. What about that context and culture we were talking about earlier? Doesn't that count? Doesn't that give the movement the benefit of the doubt? Well, yes, actually it does. It's possible that those who use the term girl aren't using it as a way to inherently infantilize. Good for them. But as MacArthur noted, the impact might outweigh the intent, though I don't think Use Your Bunch of Numbers will like this answer either. None of this matters anyway. The entire trend is satire. No one is taking it seriously.
Damn. I mean, when you put it like that... No, wait, you're still wrong. Let's consider the definition of satire before we go swinging it around willy-nilly on the internet. Satire does not just refer to something that is comedic. For something to be satirical, it has to present a subject for censure or criticism, often with the goal of changing a behavior or a culture. This can be achieved by mocking something, by using sarcasm, by over-exaggerating something, and so on. The girlissance, on the other hand, does not fit this definition. The participants don't want you to criticize them, the girlissance, or even the subject of their videos, that is, gender stereotypes. Furthermore, there's no evidence that the girlissance is satirical. Good satire is sometimes hard to point out, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Satire still uses certain devices to hint at itself. On the internet, satire is especially hard to identify. Poe's law dictates that without clear tone indication, things on the internet will naturally be read as sincere. To get around this, you can use tone tags, sarcastic emoticons/emojis, and even ironic hashtags. For the most part, these are not present within the girlissance. I'm not saying that satire has to teabag me across the chin sensual style for me to get it. Subtlety works just fine. But not even that is present. To be fair, in girl math videos, people do sometimes laugh, and they do sometimes use incongruity to imply satire. But the overall sentiment within the niche prevails that while silly, girl math is still relatable and real, meaning that the participants aren't mocking their subjects, which are consumerism and feminine stereotypes. They're reinforcing them. The only other clear example of satire in the movement is the use of the song Just a Girl by No Doubt. This song passionately mocks the way society infantilizes women. From the lyrics to the performance to the interviews Gwen Stefani has given about the song, the intention is clear. The Just a Girl trend is less clear. It doesn't even use the satirical parts of the song. It just clips the part where Stefani is assuming the identity of a helpless girl. So satire, I don't think so. But
yeah, me neither. It's not, especially because it knows very well that at least 50% of the viewers are men, and they will not take it as satire. They will take it as a confirmation of previously held biases against women. So if you're a dude with particular patriarchal inspired perspectives towards women, and you see clips like this, it just reinforces that fully. So it's not. Even if one was to define it as satire, it would be very bad satire.
But if you want to talk about irony in relation to this video's arguments, you got me. I have an ad coming up. And now a word from today's sponsor, Parade. Parade has a wide assortment of undergarments and apparel, which could be of use to you if you wear that type of stuff. I know I do. I've been a fan of Parade's bralettes for some time now, specifically their Luxe Mesh Scoop bralette. This is the item I reach for the most out of all of my garments. I wear it so much that I have it in a few different colorways: 8-Ball, Valentine, and Twilight. This bralette is made out of a silky mesh material, which feels lightweight on your body and also extremely breathable. I can wear this for hours without feeling constricted or in pain. Even better,
Ethical reacts.
don't have to sacrifice support for
If anybody needs
comfortability.
a bunch
While
of
the fabric
bras,
is
not a
airy,
bunch
it's
of
also
bras.
structured. It holds me together throughout the day. This is another favorite of mine. This is the new Scoop bralette in the color Crown Blue. It's a part of Parade's Replay collection, which is backed by popular demand. This selection features original, beloved silhouettes.
Can I get some for this jug? Hey, I'm 12 years old. Let's go.
In an ultra soft fabric. Parade's Replay collection is made from recycled, super fine fabric, and is also designed with 360 stretch, so it moves with you. I love this bralette specifically because it has a similar silhouette to the Luxe Mesh Scoop bralette. The difference is that this bralette is much more buttery and it's soft to the touch. Like, wow. I think I need to be alone for a second. This Black Friday, Parade is having 2 sales from November 21st to December 3rd with 30% off site-wide. But I'll do you one better. You can use my code SHANBF for 50% off site-wide with no minimum purchase. Thank you to Parade for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. So, beyond just using infantilizing language, the girlissance also employs negative gender stereotypes. To achieve this, the movement depends on gender essentialism. I know. That's a big word for Elmo.
That's a big word for Elmo.
Gender essentialism is just a fancy way of saying that you think gender makes people fundamentally different. And if they're assigned a certain sex, then they have these unchangeable qualities that align with their apparent gender. For instance, you might believe that someone assigned male is inherently a man, and they have immutable masculine behaviors and traits. They're biological.
Brother, yeah, brother. Don't we know that, brother? Yeah, brother, yeah, brother. There is one, though. There is one. There is one. There is one. There is one. Are you ready for misogynistic, Hugo? Girls can't make shooting sounds. I've tested it with like 50 women. Girls can go. No, she can't. I don't know why. She can't. Go. It's always when you try it, and then I would literally drag my girlfriend in here to try it, and she will not. She'll be like, pew pew. Like, no way, they can't. Like, pew pew. It's cute, but there you go. I am, what did he say? A gender essentialist only on this topic. Okay.
Logically inclined to like football, drink beer, and avoid their feelings. Contrastingly, you apply the same logic to females and femininity. Gender essentialism conflates biology and culture.
This is misogyny. Well, then I'm dying on that hill.
Sex.
All girls right now, try and say it. Like, in whatever room you're in. You will not be able to for some reason. I don't know. I don't know.
And gender. It gets turfy. Really.
Sample size of 1. No, I have asked almost every woman I know this. Okay? Almost every woman I know. And it's never worked. Got this idea in my head, and I'm going to try it. I swear to God, Yugopnik. If trying that gets me ghosted, I'll be upset. I mean, you do you, you know?
Quick and often disregards the diversity of both gender and sex. Gender essentialism.
Am I now the king of misogyny, chat? I have been crowned the king of misogyny. No. The way I will make sure only the elites of my future misogynistic society are filled by real men trademark is before you get your post and your uniform, you must make gun sounds or car sounds.
Essentialism also depends on gender stereotypes in order to classify people. Men aren't biologically inclined to like beer, but...
You have no idea how wet my mask is right now because I had to make those fucking sounds. God damn it.
The stereotype that feeds and normalizes the gender binary. When we look at the girl-assance, and more specifically the viral girl trends, we see that gender stereotypes are the foundation of the movement. Especially the stereotypes we talked about earlier, where femininity is...
If girl so good, can girl make...
is associated with immaturity and docility. This association goes beyond linguistics. Within a patriarchal system, women are considered a child race. This means that they are viewed inherently as subordinate or childlike, which requires the patronizing and violent hand of their fathers to correct and guide them. This paternalism varies based on a bunch of different social identities, including race, class, and culture. For instance, Black people are also considered a child race. During the colonial era, white supremacists used scientific racism to justify their enslavement and brutality of Black people, stating that our skin color made us inherently ownable. This led to the tradition of white supremacists calling Black men boys and Black women girls, regardless of age. Speaking of women, because Black women sit at an intersection of racism and misogyny, the white supremacist heteropatriarchy views us as both...
Are you, that moment when you're driving and you're trying to get to racism, but you don't know where to turn, and you ask your GPS and it says, turn at sexism. And I'm not making fun of the concept. The concept is 100% correct. 100% correct. I just, like, every time I hear it, that's how I imagine it in my brain. And then I go...
infantile and adultified. We're not allowed to relate to girlhood because that's historically associated with whiteness, and yet we're still viewed as children. Our opinions are devalued. Our speech is said to be uneducated babble. Ask me how I know. And at the same time, Black women are forcibly adultified. We're hypersexualized. We're told that we're inhumanely strong, and we're afforded more responsibility than others. More generally, women are viewed as property under the white supremacist.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. If you're the classic girly girl, then you're dateable, but you can't really be worked with. And if you're more, whatever the fuck that means, more masculine, more professional, desexualized woman, then you can be worked with, but, you're disgusting, nasty, get away from me, I don't want to touch you. It's absolute classic double-edged sword of good old misogyny, brother. Brother.
Heteropatriarchy.
They're depicted as naive.
And this stupid thing also hurts men as well, right? If you're like traditionally masculine, fucking showing, etc., then a lot of people will, for example, not share their insecurities with you because they think you will make fun of them, or they immediately change their mind on you if you end up sharing your insecurities with them, etc., etc. There's no winning when we are fucking believing that somebody's whole personality revolves around the way they look and their gender. It's so fucking whack. It's like the 12-year-old brain.
Emotional, powerless, and...
But then again, so many aspects of modern capitalist society is 12-year-old brain.
In need of paternalistic guidance. White women especially were beholden to the house instead of to the workplace as men were. After all, the house is where the children resided. And just like people of color, women couldn't age out of their infantile condition. They were forever children. This was used to justify systematic misogyny, wherein white women especially were not allowed to work, women as a whole did not own bank accounts, and their entire identity depended upon their husbands and fathers. Again, obviously there's racial layers to this. Despite being infantilized, black women weren't historically relegated to the house the same way white women were, especially impoverished black women. They had to work, and even earlier than that, black women were not protected from slavery. They were pushed physically, sexually, and mentally by their enslavers, but also by their partners. This complex rendering of gender and race bleeds out from history and into the girl-assance. Within the viral girl trends, we see that negative feminine stereotypes are enthusiastically maintained. What's more is that the girl-assance has conservative undertones. Some might even say Republican. It tends to exclude and alienate anyone who isn't a white, cis, middle-class woman. Let's start with the feminine gendered stereotypes. That one will make me slightly less irritated.
Girl math is probably one of the most viral girl trends of the Renaissance, and it uses stereotypes to feed its success. As Chelsea R. Hewitt notes, women are taught to believe that—
Well, let's see. What's girl math? Okay, let this unk learn something new. Is the TikTok gonna open? Am I logged in? I'm logged in. Open something. What the fuck? Girl math. Girl meth. Is it math or meth?
If I pay for something in cash, it's free. Okay? If I order something using the Starbucks app and I have money preloaded to the app and then I go order the drink, it's free. Okay? It's free. Got it. It's a free drink. Free drink.
Okay, so the trend is like saying stupid things, but then calling it girl stupid things. And that makes it funny because you're like, girls do this stupid thing, boys do not. And that's why it's fucking hilarious. I don't get it. Okay. The fuck?
Drink. If I buy something at a store and I return it, so like the other week I bought a jacket from Zara, and now I have to return it tomorrow. When I return that, I'm actually making money.
Yeah, come on, this is... She's inventing this. She's got it written down. She saw this shit on Reddit and then she's just saying
it. Okay. Similarly, if I do that return and the store gives me store credit, yeah, it's just like free shopping. When I go back, I'm totally lost it.
So, for example, if you spend $100 and you get a $10 reward, you just made $10.
That's not accurate. That's not how that works.
Yeah, because now in a future purchase, you just saved yourself $10. If you return an item at the store, you just earn money. So if you return something and buy something at the same time, it was free.
No, because you had to spend the money the first time.
No, but then the second time it's free because it's no extra money. Or like if you pay for cash with something, it's free.
Okay, so this is
if I pay.
So for example, if you spend $100 and you get a $10 reward.
Can't find it now. Because okay, we have this trend, and it's oh my god, look at girls stupid for thinking this. But then you have that similar trend where there's 3 dudes in the room, and they're like, one guy asks the other guy, yo, can I borrow $100? And he takes it, and then a third guy asks him, yo, can I borrow $100? He gives it to him, and then the first guy says, yo, don't you owe me $100? And then gives it to him, and the dudes are like, holy fucking shit, that's an infinite money glitch. Which is also stupid.
That they are less capable at math than men.
Why am I bringing it up? Because it's literally the same thing, but the other one isn't gendered and this one is. I don't know. I'm too old for this. Can't believe that they actually believe this. It's a feeling, but no one actually thinks it's reality. They're making fun of the way that things seem. I don't know why it's labeled girl. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Also, I'm getting deja vu right now. Yeah, this is just white girls rationalizing themselves. I think it's a sketch. I don't think anybody thinks this. It's a complete sketch, or if they do believe it, they understand how irrational it is, but they're getting over it by making fun of themselves. Right? That's what it is. But by gendering it and giving it to dudes to watch, dudes are going to be like, ha ha ha, this is so fucking stupid. Look at this B word, right? But if the trend wasn't called girl math, then they would be like, haha, look at this stupid person, right? You can make the same sketch, just a dude talking to an older dude, for example, a son talking to a father and being very financially irrational. And we would call that out as, haha, very funny, the guy is stupid. But here we are gendering it for some fucking reason. If we made the same sketch with a son talking to a father, then we're like, haha, look at stupid person. But when we do it and we even call it girl math, then math, we are just doing the same thing, but again, gendering it. I mean, like, look at woman stupid, that means all women stupid. Women be shopping and eating hot chip and lying. It's not a sketch, but it's voluntary incompetence. Yeah, it's just called being a dumb fuck. Right? Doesn't matter what gender you are. You be dumb futska.
Men are. In the girl math trend, women discuss subjective, silly, and at times financially questionable rules they have for consumerism. These rules don't make sense, and they don't have to. That's the brilliance of girl math. As Nina Banks argues in their
like, if you
article,
made the same sketch and you said gay math, and it's a gay guy with his boyfriend being stupid about things he buys, it would be so fucking confusing for people. Who do we stereotype? Because the other gay guy is the smart gay guy, and there's a stupid gay guy, so it's not all gay guy. It's not gay guy math because it's stupid. You get my fucking point? Why call it girl math? The whole sketch.
Girl math is definitely not precise or fiscally responsible, but to me and many girls, it makes complete sense. Based on context clues and language, girl math is implied to be illogical.
Boy math is measuring your dick in centimeters instead of inches, but in America. What the fuck? Oh, that's funny.
Even in this TikTok comment where someone is defending girl math from
growing up, I was taught to minimize myself because men would find me threatening. It took a lot of unlearning to get rid of that baggage. Yeah, it's fucked.
Accusations of infantilization, they still call it bad math. Furthermore, girl math videos are often filmed.
Girl math exists for gay men. It's called bottom math, dummy. Holy shit. People really want to stereotype themselves and find it fucking edgy. I mean, you do you. I do it all the time with Slavic culture, I guess. So I'm an idiot as well.
In front of men. A woman will have her dad, brother, or partner in the background of the video in order to catch his reaction. Usually these men are frustrated, incredulous, or downright skeptical of the math presented. By optics alone, these videos position men as the objective, logical, and financially responsible ones, while the women are positioned as the frivolous, naive, and financially dense ones. When it comes to consumerism, which is the basis of the girl math trend, the stereotypes only get worse. Nina Banks writes, I don't think twice about walking out of Sephora with a $30 concealer. But as soon as it comes down to buying groceries, suddenly $20 is an arm and a freshly waxed leg. Oh dear God. The consumerism aspect is significant because it's yet another stereotype associated with femininity. You know, women be shopping or whatever. In our consumerist capitalist world,
Femininity is an identity you have to buy. This is often peddled to us by the beauty industry, our media, and even each other. As Alexandria A argues, femininity is hyper-commodified, and this is reflected in the girl trends. In one TikTok, a user shows off their vast collection of consumer goods, especially beauty products. The caption reads, "I wonder how much money I could save if I wasn't just a girl." This video positions women, or girls, as powerless consumers, taken over by their feminine shopping brain.
Beyond consumerism, other stereotypes associated
The feminine shopping brain.
with femininity include naivety, dependence, submissiveness, and emotionality. These are often repackaged and performed on TikTok via the just a girl trend. Viral videos within this tag depict women as bad drivers, yet another misogynistic stereotype, and conflates femininity with being simple-minded, hysterical, or naive. In the world of this girl trend, women are at the mercy of the much more powerful forces surrounding them. Whether those forces are the consumer market, their parents, or their masculine partners isn't the point. The point is that the just a girl trend posits that women, or girls, are wholly defenseless and lack autonomy.
You also think women aren't taught to be financially responsible because sometimes they are babied too much, especially in Anglo culture. My boyfriend taught me how to manage my finances, and I'm forever grateful to him. Now I'm the one who is like, do we need this? Yeah. Yeah. To an extent, a woman needs to, like, sometimes might feel like she needs to pretend she's financially incapable, because in the modern context, how successful you are is defined by how much you can gross. So to an extent, it has become a part of what makes you masculine. So in order to appear more innocent and in order to elevate your partner's masculinity, you pretend to be financially incapable so that he takes care of it, so that he feels more like a man, and so that the whole theater of the game can continue. It's all like, all goes back to the same fucking thing. Satisfying each other's insecurities in one way or another, which directly or indirectly harms both you and your partner. It's fucking whack.
Which is kind of weird and misogynistic and odd, but it kind of makes sense, especially when we realize which movements the Girlissance is mirroring. The Girlissance is eerily similar to the girl power movement. This was a movement spearheaded by the Spice Girls in the 90s, and arguably lasted through the 2010s. Maybe before the not like other girls discourse took hold, but I'm thinking specifically of like 2016. It was a time defined by pink hats, the Hillary Clinton brunch signs, and the sparkly commodification of feminism. It was about being a girl in a man's world. It was about reclaiming and weaponizing the imagery of girlhood. But it was also about depoliticizing feminism and returning femininity to the realm of conservative/capitalist politics. Girl power is
I gotta go take a pee. I'll leave you with Ho Chair Min for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
considered neoliberal, which is a convoluted term, especially online.
To draw a concrete definition, neoliberalism is a set of economic and political views and policies used to administer a capitalist state, which is characterized by attacks on, or even the total destruction of, many previous concessions to the working class.
What fucking Hakeem popped up on this motherfucker? He just left the room and I was like, what the fuck?
Welfare and other social programs.
Not only that, but girl power is also post-feminist.
Okay, holy fuck. Okay, I just got... I'm literally exiting and I got a Hakeem jump scare. The fuck, dude?
This means that it exists alongside the idea that feminism is so over. Everyone already has rights now, so feminism is deemed unnecessary. Bay argues that the girl power movement removed girls and girlhood from the domain of being strong, proactive, and smart to that of being sexualized, individualistic, and eternal beauty-oriented. That's a big word for Elmo. What's more is that the girl power movement was largely consumerist and was uncritically accepted by the public. As Anita Harris argued, the movement was co-opted and simultaneously created by capitalism. It was used as a way to make women and girls into perfect consumers. There was merch, there was media, there was marketing campaigns, and these all served a consumer capitalist purpose. The Girlissance is the natural extension of the girl power movement. It picked up where the pink hats of 2016 left off. We became enamored with a corporate wet dream that was Barbie. We surrendered our money and time to the capitalistic girl boss whims of Taylor Swift and Beyonce. Even the trends we designed for ourselves, the clean girl and the vanilla girl and the what the fuck ever girl, these are all steeped in consumer capitalism. The girl-essence is neoliberal, extremely commodified, and post-feminist. In fact, it is so post-feminist that it sometimes encroaches on anti-feminist territory. Earlier this year, Leah Mosqueda wrote an article in defense of the Just a Girl trend. Not only does Mosqueda use damaging dichotomous language to imply that womanhood is valueless and incomparable to the joys of youth, because that's a crazy quote, they also present interesting opinions of feminism itself, specifically how it relates to the girl renaissance.
I think right now we're seeing a very big backlash against modern day feminism, said Rayanna Kilby. I can definitely see this feeling in modern feminism where there's a kind of pressure to be super successful as a woman. You have to desire to be a CEO and you have to desire to be the same as a man, rather than be equal and have equal opportunities and desires and passions that are respected. Inadequacy is probably the best word for how people feel about feminism right now, Kilby said. It feels kind of out of touch for a lot of people. Kilby believes that these feelings of regression to girlhood have stemmed from women's realization of the value in choice feminism, the popular belief that any choice a woman makes is inherently feminist. A lot of women are kind of rejecting this idea that womanhood means they have to be a man. Anyways, I'm not saying that Mosqueda's article speaks to the entirety of the girl-essence. I am saying, however, that the politics of the
What did I miss?
girl-essence creates a space for Mosqueda's beliefs to fester. The girl renaissance, particularly the girl trends, are influenced by the white supremacist heteropatriarchy. It implies that women are all infantile, powerless, and ignorant. It pushes the notion that women should be taken care of by their much more powerful husbands and parents. It declares that women are only good for shopping and being pretty. These beliefs are situated on a rather short staircase to conservatism. The next thing you know, you're going to start having weird opinions on race and trans people. Oh wait. No, that's already happening in the girl-essence too. Since its inception, the movement has shifted to include various hierarchies of race, class, and gender. It favors the experiences of Western white women, especially women who are cis, able-bodied, neurotypical, and middle to upper class. While other demographics do participate within the movement, these women are the faces of it. Their videos get the most likes, the most views, the most praise. Their narratives become the narrative. Their experiences are exalted, while women and girls of other demographics become sidelined once more. This leads to
Basically, the most lib take happened. What was the lib take?
whiteness yet again becoming the default experience and narrative in the conversation of femininity and girlhood. For instance, everyone keeps using the word innocence to describe the movement. They want to return to innocence. Participants evoke daintiness and incorruptibility. These are words that are historically associated with whiteness and white supremacy. Black children, specifically black girls, are never afforded that identity. Neither are children of other races. Not poor children, certainly not disabled children, certainly not trans children. The Just a Girl trend similarly uses language built upon a complicated history. Participants state that this trend is a response to boys will be boys. They consider it a way to shift responsibility in similar ways. However, they fail to see how white-centric that is. In regards to white women and to other non-black women, the idea of being small, dainty, and just a girl has been used to justify violence and bigotry against black people for centuries. Do you remember Maya Ponsetto, the 22-year-old known as Soho Karen? She went viral in 2020 for accusing a 15-year-old black boy of stealing her phone. Spoiler, he didn't. Regardless, she physically assaulted him in front of numerous witnesses. And afterwards, do you know what she said?
Basically, I'm a 22-year-old girl. Racism, how is one girl accusing a guy about a phone a crime? He's 14, and that's what they're claiming. Yeah, I'm 22. I've lived probably just the same amount of life as him.
Yeah. Furthermore, the girl-essence is cis-normative. Look at how trans women are treated in the movement when they try to reclaim girlhood the same way cis women do. They're vilified. When a trans woman starts talking about girl math or being way cis
Reason number billion why the Barbie movie was
women
made.
do, they're vilified.
Thanks, Dylan. Glad to know that being a woman is just retail therapy, walks of shame, prescription meds, sleeping makeup, and most importantly, the color pink.
When a trans woman starts talking about girl math or being demure, all the cis women who have been doing the exact same thing for the past 2 years suddenly find gender stereotypes harmful. Trans women are not afforded the same opportunity to be satirical or to reclaim a lost childhood the way white cis women are. The language associated with the girlissance is almost like a dog whistle, especially when we consider who the movement prioritizes and who it seeks to oust. This leads me to believe that the girlissance can easily be used as a tool for conservatism. The participants of the trend are uncritical of what they're consuming. They refuse to listen to possible flaws, and above all, they're disillusioned by reality. They're hurt under capitalism, and so they want to escape it, rightfully so. They're burdened by growing up, and so they try to avoid it. As Mesquita wrote in their article, the participants of Girl World want an identity that can be molded like air-dry clay. They don't want to be responsible for their lives. It sounds eerily similar to past communities I've covered on this channel, especially the trad wives. Both the girlissance and trad wives are characterized by their post-feminist / choice feminist / anti-feminist rhetoric. I mean, the quotes in Mesquita's article match perfectly with trad wife talking points. Both groups feature conservative, stereotypical gender performances. Both groups spread the message of women lacking agency, knowledge, and responsibility. Both groups tend to position women as submissive in their relationships, especially when it comes to finances. I mean, hello! As silly as it sounds, I think it's important to be able to pinpoint, even within quirky internet jokes, anything that reflects conservative culture and politics. We are all moving quickly towards hyper-conservatism, not just in the United States. Far-right movements are gaining more steam, supplemented by neoliberalism. Far-right politicians are coming back into power. And movements like the girlissance.
Yeah, and there are right-wing girls that believe misogynistic talking points about their very own gender. And one should give agency to women, rightfully. And when we give agency to women, it's not ours to give. You know, women should be believed to have agency. That also applies to right-wing women. Rightoids are not victims to be saved. They are a consequence of a slowly degrading system in which they try to find ground to which to hook themselves and through that explain away their problems without actually looking at the real problems. So what I'm saying is also fuck right-wing girls. Fuck anybody right-wing. I ain't your fucking dad. I ain't your fucking mom. I ain't fucking saving you. You want to be a piece of shit? I'm not gonna feel bad. Oh.
Girlissance are aiding this venture, covertly and perhaps even marginally, sure, but the effect is there nonetheless. The movement pushes the agenda that women shouldn't think, shouldn't have agency or responsibility for their lives, when in our current climate...
Yeah, but there are reactionary women that believe that as well. I have seen more than one instance of cis women being confused by trans women because they internalize being a woman as inferior and then not knowing what someone would want to be a woman. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Women should be doing exactly that. They should be...
Because like the reason I'm mentioning this, this fantastic creator, this very good video, like I'm not counter-arguing anything she said, I agree. The reason I mentioned it though is because I've seen very often well-meaning people try to defend people from any minority group or women who are bigoted pieces of shit. As you know, they are simply being manipulated into this. They're also a victim of this, etc., etc. Well, that's infantilizing as well. That's super infantilizing as well. When we were all like, when everybody was like, you know, Kanye West was walking around doing hardcore Nazi apologia and anti-Semitism, and everybody was like, but like, he's a really good artist, and like he must be like going crazy or something. Like, you are infantilizing a batshit anti-Semitic piece of shit. Because if it was a white dude doing it, you wouldn't be doing the same thing. So you are, in fact, ironically, infantilizing him by thinking that you're protecting him because your brain can't wrap your head around that particular guy that looks that particular way. Holding these systems of belief. Get my point?
Resisting. They should be angry.
And they should be directing that anger at the roots of their problems, instead of directing it at womanhood and aging and wrinkles. With peace and love and a little bit of sternness, women should be growing the fuck up. And if that was a little too forward, or if this video made you mad, I don't know what to say. I mean,
the thing that people can do against oppression of a group they do not belong to is to fight alongside and listen to the members of that group, as well as being aware of vectors of oppression. Yeah. Remember when Kanye was walking his naked wife like a dog? That was disturbing. That was fucking crazy disturbing. The guy was walking around his office screaming Heil Hitler and making his employees call him Hitler. He was also a hardcore cuck. Like hardcore cuck. Like unironically, I'm not king shaming, but you know, the parallels when somebody switches right wing and being a cuck are like eternal to me. I will die on that hill. So yeah, he's people just don't want to believe people that they've been looking up to can also be pieces of shit.
I'm just a girl! While the Girlissance forges a space for femmes to reclaim a complicated girlhood, it's undeniable that this space has been infiltrated by essentialist and exclusionary politics.
Right-wingers calling people cucks is 100% projection. I will die on that hill. If we did like a massive anonymous survey, I think the shit we would find would be crazy.
Whiteness as a default has reclaimed the landscape of girl world. Trans women are denied at the door. Marginalized women are afforded scraps, but this behavior isn't—
To be right-wing is by definition being a cuck. You think another man deserves to own your labor power. I say this every day.
only a concern for those left out. Women and girls as a whole are uncritically digesting content that diminishes them, their value, and their—
Maybe this is a bad take, but I think right-wingers just want to submit to someone or something. Submitting is their biggest desire. It's not a bad take. It's limiting. They basically self-crit the shit out of themselves for particular socially unacceptable traits that they have that might not necessarily be bad, but they have those traits and they believe they are bad, and they do their best to stop those traits from quote-unquote expanding. So when they see other people in the open with those traits and not really giving a fuck, they become hyper-violent because, hey, I'm hiding the fact that I'm a cuck or anything else, so why the fuck aren't you? The classic, I will watch porn, but I will make fun of women who have an OnlyFans.
their force in this world. Rather than subverting the rhetoric that enables subjugation, the Girlissance seeks to uphold it, complementing it, re-articulating it for the newer generations. I'm not here to tell you what to do, who to follow, or how to be. I only ever ask for you to look closer.
Great thesis. Great video. Let me subscribe. This was the first video watched by Shanspear. Thank you very much, Shanspear, for the essay. For the essay, that essay. Now, let's go to our Balkan uncles. This is part 4. We've watched a lot of these previously. Optimism or pessimism? Slavoj Žižek, Yanis Varoufakis is the future, okay? I really fuck with Yanis recently. Žižek a lot less, for those of you that might not be informed, but it's nonetheless an interesting conversation that I believe I am equipped to both listen to and criticize or support. Yanis versus Žižek Unk fight. Let's go.
There.
Hi, thank you.
Stand up, stand up, stand up. We need to look at you, to admire you.
Hi. I was wondering how, when we all want to take action, you've spoken about setting up a third party and other kind of action steps we can take, how we can take action without
it's the unk off,
falling into some of the kind of ideological traps that people fall into.
Please develop it. Why do you think action necessarily means ideological trap?
I didn't say I thought it meant. How do we, how can we...
Here's buzzwords. It goes fucking crazy. Guys, off.
avoid it. I don't equate them, but can you, if you want to take action and you say, I'm stuck on the idea that we need X, how do you not become so dogmatic that you are not willing to change your opinion when new evidence and new perspectives comes? Or how do you avoid yourself simplifying the situation by kind of fixating on a very precise idea? I mean, I'm not saying that's the case, but I think it's a risk.
My tip for this is distance. You distance yourself, your definition of self, with viewpoints that you have. Oh, but yourself is the viewpoints that you have. No, yourself is the way you act in the world. You can believe that cheating is bad, but if you cheat, you're a cheater. Okay? Okay? So when you distance your sense of self from opinions that you have, you no longer find it as an act of aggression. When somebody is questioning your belief system, or more importantly, when you start questioning your belief system. And that's how you grow. It is literally, quote unquote, not that deep, bro. Like it's changing your mind on something is not that deep, bro. It's absolutely normal. It doesn't make you a hypocrite. It doesn't change the very fabric of your soul. Hell, very often it can grow it.
That we could fall into if
this
people...
is literally the definition of materialism. See, but I said it in a less nerdy way, so you know.
Will focus purely on action, they aren't open to new ideas.
You begin.
Well, there is no guarantee.
Yeah.
No guarantee, because we live in extremely hierarchical societies.
They're going to have you at Oxford, damn. Psh, I don't need Oxford, I got you, chat. Oh, la 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 la.
In power-hungry societies, in societies which have conditioned us into a zero-sum kind of understanding. So, speaking from experience, I've created a third party. It didn't do very well. But, you know, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's the journey that matters, not the destination. We hope to get there one day. But for me, number one is you must never, ever allow yourself to become a professional politician.
Sorry, too.
Never allow yourself to become a professional politician. And you must never love doing it. The moment you start loving being in a political party, you should get out.
The moment you interact with people that define their life goal as leading, you do not want to be led by that fuck. That's all. For my limited time on this planet, I have been hit over the head multiple times by this very fact, and I nonetheless jumped back into the pool many times. And judging from my experience, which is the only one I can share, is, yeah, that's the reddest of flags, the size of fucking China, okay?
You should look at it, in my view, as a necessary evil. I'd like taking the garbage out. Somebody has to do it. It's a dirty job. The moment you start loving taking the garbage out, you're dangerous. And secondly, the most important thing is to have mechanisms, with institutions within the party that keep checks on you. The opposite of my friend Stalinist tendencies here. So look, my view is that we're going to fail. And there is no alternative to enjoying life while you're trying to fail.
Fucking grill pilling this shit. Giannis on his grill pill. Ark, we back in the Chapo Trap House 2007.
Alternative is the utopia of believing that this life, without trying to go against the grain, can be useful and fun and sexy.
No, I sincerely agree with you here, because you know what's the incredible tension today, and here I'm like you.
Dude, where was the trigger warning for someone saying Stalinism? No, they throw it around as a semi-joke. Zizek doesn't, but Zizek all the time jokes that, he criticizes stuff, but he would be Stalin level 9000 if he ever got into power. Blah, blah, blah. It's a whole subgenre of inside jokes for these guys. Don't take it too seriously.
You, at the same time, radical pessimist, but here I like to quote, otherwise I don't like him, Max Horkheimer, the most closer to establishment figure of Frankfurt School, when he said already in the late 30s, pessimism in theory, optimism in action. What do I mean? What do I mean by this? As you said, there is no guarantee. And I would even say, you know, it's a false choice, either theory or action. Action without theory is blind. We need today also theory more than ever. At some point, I went even too far, maybe, when I said that we should today rewrite Physics 11. In the 20th century till now, philosophers have tried too much to change the world. Now it's time to reflect on it, and that's what you are doing.
That's a hot take. That's a hot take. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's a smart take. It's a smart-ish take.
Instead of going on blah, 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 capitalism, no, techno-feudalism, something new is happening. That's theory. Without this theory, there is no proper action. Second thing, you know what?
A fancy way of saying like a slight rebrand that wants to do the same thing, but reintroduced as a relatively new school of thought that can then reinvigorate. This is not a correct take or a wrong take. This is a take, and history will show if it contributes to anything.
Maybe I
hate people saying that something like theorizing about a potential future as de facto correct or de facto wrong, because you are in the middle of the fucking experiment and you are preaching on how you think the experiment will finish. That's not fucking scientific.
Common sense utopian here. But you know what I think? Now, why am I a moderately conservative communist? For me, would you agree or not, I will put it in all possible naivety. Okay. Isn't it absolutely clear, and we all know it, we are just not ready to minimally act upon it, that think about the terrible threats to our survival, crisis, ecology.
Theory is, by definition, not right or wrong. It's a set of assumptions and predictions that should be tested against reality. Who you quoting there, Anne? Fucking G. Anne is really smart for a cop. For a cop, you're really smart.
War danger, and so on, name them. Genocides, and so on. Isn't it clear that in all these cases, we need some kind of global organization, mechanisms? I'm not naive. I'm not saying world government. If we do it with people who are there now, it would be unimaginable corrupt world government. But what I'm saying is that think just about, that's a good part, this will be probably too much for you. What I liked about COVID epidemics, okay, I loved it personally. It meant I could get rid of my friends and work in peace at home. But what I really loved about, look, even the bad guys, like Boris Johnson here, Trump at that point there, they were forced, although they did it in a totally corrupted way. But for example, in the United States, every family, everybody got $2,000. Yes. Oh, that was ridiculous with regard to the corruption, economic, blah, blah. But it's absolutely clear for me this, that we are definitely approaching a type of emergency state. Yep. And to cope with it, we absolutely need not communism in the sense of new central committee, blah, blah, but some kinds of...
Central planning.
Sorry?
Central planning.
My God, you are my friend. Because I was afraid to pronounce this word. Yes, elementary central planning, and not just some kind of a bullshit of endless negotiations. With a certain...
Or the liberal idiocy that
are we aware?
Is going
and
to produce
when
public...
you say this is utopia, I would say, but do you see any other way to prevent mega catastrophes than to do this?
Yeah, it's like, imagine if we all sat around and said that it's utopian to be able to keep food edible for more than 10 to 15 days. And then somebody found out that you can put it in ice. And somebody created a whole machine that can keep it cool. Then somebody invented different chemical compounds that allow it to stay edible for longer. In the same way, people that see all the horrors of modern capitalism tell you that it is utopian to believe that this can at one point be solved. But motherfucker, I'm eating a burger that comes from a cow that got killed half the fucking planet over and somehow got to my fucking Balkan village, and I am munching on that shit. Tell that to someone in the 18th fucking century and they'll think that the planet was overtaken by aliens that are actually gods that have somehow created the most unbelievable utopia that allows you to do such a thing. Right? So, we learn how to make food last longer. We will find ways to organize society in a less idiotic way than that of the capitalist market economy. Why does Zizek always make sex signs with his hands? By the way, milquetoast steaks. Yeah, I don't know. He is a very sexual being. Don't you see him? He's so sexual.
Second thing.
You know, Trump once said, and he was absolutely correct, that there is no way he will accept that there is climate change, because if he did, he would have to accept communism.
And he was right.
He was
Trump,
right.
Yeah. You know who is Trump? The great American communist theoretician and so on. Yes, I totally agree with you. Second thing that we, the left, should get this. You know, the usual argument is, oh, human nature.
Or, oh, ads are bad, like the ad that is going to play in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If you want to help me reach the goal of 2.6K and continue having an adless experience in the eternal glory of the jihad, do consider becoming a sub or gifting some to those less privileged than yours. You will feel good, I will feel good, and this show will be able to continue running in a beautiful adless manner. Thank you very much. Ad is what would have played in 4 minutes.
You dream, you communists, but people are egotists and so on. No. Here I would quote Freud. He said somewhere, people are at the same time much more ethical and much more corrupted than we can imagine. As for corruption, my friend Adrian Johnston wrote Capitalist Drive, or what, a good book, where he points out that capitalism...
I mean, that's why we call it a death cult. And it's kind of funny to hear Trump making more sense than most other people, but then going into himself as a reactionary, which he is, and not wanting to dedicate himself to a path just because he hates that path, even though he knows that that path is necessary in order to avoid complete planetary disaster, aka, you know, global warming and the ecological crisis that ensues from it and with it. That's why we call it a death cult. That's literally why we call capitalism a death cult, because that's what it is. Thank you very much, Desk Breaker. You love breaking desks and you love breaking the bank. Thank you very much for the Prime sub.
Capitalism is not egotism. A proper capitalist is ready to ruin.
Ads are bad, but Yugopnik used to work in marketing and hence is the biggest hypocrite out there and instead should give up and go live in a village and light candles at night. Exactly, brother. That sounds kind of nice, actually.
His children, everything just to that profit goes on and so on and so on. And even, I think that even egotism, already Rousseau saw this clearly, that egotism is usually self-damaging egotism. Good, if you are a good rational egotist, you see that if I'm friendly to you in the long term, it will be better for me.
Yeah,
but
that's enlightened selfishness.
Yeah, but we Slovenes are the model. We are worse than Scots and so on. We know that the basic rule is what? You know, a beautiful Slovene proverb, self-characterization. Fairy magician comes to you and say, I will give you or do you one thing, but warning, your neighbor will get or do...
Oh, it's great. It's great. It applies to the rest of the Balkans as well. It's a classic.
twice as much. You know what is immediate Slovene answer? Take one of my eyes. Because, you know, like, that's the paradox of...
As long as the neighbor's cow dies, I am fucking happy. I don't need 2 cows. I don't need 5 cows. As long as he has less cows than me, I am good.
Capitalism is... It doesn't matter if I win. It's more important that the other guy... On the other hand, may I, and then you have the concluding word.
Not me.
No,
we need another
just
question.
very briefly. Conclude with...
And no, we are getting out of here by 9 o'clock, right? So that's our hard constraint.
But I read...
These are the objective conditions of our reproduction.
And now you think you are Stalin, who knows objective laws, no? And so, no, seriously. I read a wonderful study of how they made in America first an experiment, they repeated it in India. They took a collective where people were engaged not in stupid work, but in a relatively creative work. And they gradually raised their salaries. And they discovered that if you raise the salaries up to a certain level, they will work better, blah, blah. But if you raise the salaries too much, they will become more obsessed about money and the quality. So it's not really that we want more and more.
Yeah, I mean, we want more and more, but society does not improve depending on the average increase of how much people make.
For money. Don't underestimate.
It's inefficient. Dangling the carrot of higher profit value does lead to people becoming wealthier and wealthier and wealthier and wanting to accumulate more and more and more, but it doesn't replicate the same effect on any definition you want under the sun on societal development.
Mate, I'm sorry to sound naive here, a simple decency shame of ordinary people. No, ordinary people are not simply just corrupted. So
The duality of man. Zizek is such a cokehead, I love him. Next chatter. Zizek is awful. Oh, legendary.
I refuse this simple, critical, pseudo-critical attitude towards how ordinary people are corrupted, they don't know. No, it's much more complex. They are just...
Next question.
Yeah.
Giannis is like, okay, I can't take this anymore.
To him, I've suffered enough.
No.
And now you are a right-winger. Move to the left a little bit. People notice that you tend to...
Aha, he made a joke about where they're sitting.
Who is speaking?
Here, I see hands.
Okay, now the power structure has been corrupted. Slavoj
just quick question for Slavoj.
Distributing the pie.
Just quickly, are we ever going to get a debate between you and Nick Land at any point? Thank you.
Now, you are not by any chance Nick Land. Because I don't know him. No, what I wanted to say is that now I, in some sense, appreciate him, accelerationism and so on, but I...
what is a Nick
You know,
Land?
there are so many theories, new ideas today. I'm not particularly interested in pursuing that line. I have other interests today. Quantum physics as the foundation of a new serious materialism, then the way ideological beliefs function today, in the sense that, as you indicated, you know, we live in a unique era, although it was all the time a little bit like this, when people, you practice a certain belief even if you think that you don't believe in it. Like we are all in daily life cynical, don't take it seriously, but we practice it. I will now make a great risk of repeating myself for the 30th time. I always quote here, very brief, my favorite story of Niels Bohr. You know, when they visited him, some guys in his country house where he had a horseshoe on the door. In Central Europe, superstitious item. It presents evil spirits entering, and a scientist friend asked him, but you are a scientist, why do you have this on your door? And he said, of course I don't believe it, I'm a scientist. But I was told it works even if you don't believe in it. That's ideology today.
Next question.
Classic Zizek.
Left. There.
Hello, good evening. To keep this brief.
Up there? Get up. Stand up. We
Sorry,
have to look
it's
at
not
you.
her.
Where are you?
I'm a male chauvinist.
Hello, I'm here.
There you are, at the back of the room.
Hi.
I like
Illuminated. She's illuminated. Hi, we can see her. Look at the back. Slavoj, she's there. Waving a phone at us.
Good evening. Just to keep this quite brief, in light of what we've discussed tonight about Trump, the United States, I was quite curious to hear just a general thoughts about the emergence of Pollyan counter movement.
Of which movement?
Pollyan.
I'm an idiot.
Austrian-Hungarian School of Thought.
Hungarian School of Thought.
Austrian-Hungarian.
Karl Polanyi.
Polanyi.
Yeah, sorry.
Polanyi. Karl
Strange
Polanyi.
accent, my apologies.
We made him sound something brand new, but it goes,
no,
a long
wish.
way back.
I was like, poly? A new ideology of poly people? The polysexuals are going to come take everything.
All Polinian, you know.
Right.
Polish accent, maybe that's the problem. Specifically, the emergence of a counter movement towards it in Hungary and Poland. Once again, Polish, so that's the reasoning of that. But it's leading towards a neoliberal sort of rejection. And I was quite curious to hear just, of course, general thoughts on that. Thank you.
I was thinking Polynesian. There you go. Everybody thought what they thought they're gonna think. Ideology. Our wife. Polyphilosophical movement. We all fuck each other, and through that alleviate alienation, but also start caring for each other a bit more, which inadvertently leads to more personal connection between all of us, which eliminates our ability to dehumanize the other and extract their labor. The sexual revolution of poly-Marxism.
And then I give the word. I tend to agree, maybe I misunderstand it, with you here. I think that every form today of neoliberalism has tremendous...
Communism, brother.
No, that is the great Israeli state of the Gooners. Indeed, brother.
That's authoritarian potential. I think that the only way to beat liberalism is through an effective, I'm not afraid to say, social coercion and power. We don't fall into this trap. Like, who is pure neoliberal today? Less regulations and so on. It's Elon Musk. And now...
Not really. SpaceX goes to smithereens if there is no state paying for him to go up to the moon. So he needs a hefty tax system to support his SpaceX.
Yeah, but I totally agree with you. But the point is that...
It is impossible to be neoliberal and a successful businessman.
Yeah, as simple as that. Sorry, you said, yes.
Unless you are a hypocrite, which he is.
Yeah, but...
But can I ask you a question too, to pick up a thread here? Do you agree that the greatest error of the left, especially the Marxist left in the 20th century, was to ditch freedom and to espouse something called justice, which I don't know what it means? It used to be, Marxism used to be an emancipatory movement. It was all about liberation.
Yeah.
And then we espouse something that makes absolutely no sense. Like,
I will now
equality, for instance. Yeah. Equality of fucking what?
No, I know what's so... I even brought up this point with that. I regret it, but now I no longer want to... With Jordan Peterson, who said Marxism, egalitarianism, and I had to quote it to him in his critique of...
Marx hated egalitarianism.
Yeah, in critique, not just implicitly. In his critique of Gotha program, he explodes against egalitarianism with arguments which today would have sound right-wing. He says, but listen,
but
we
the
are
right
different...
are not educated enough to know any of this.
Yeah. So sorry. so what was your question?
Wasn't it a great mistake of the left
I would only add
to swap freedom and to hand it over to the libertarians?
No, absolutely.
Okay? And to espouse something that makes no sense like justice.
My Hegelian touch would be here. The origin of evil, as it were, is this tendency which you up to a point find already in Lenin, but then in Stalinism, of opposing so-called formal and then real freedom. As if under Stalinism, okay, you didn't have formal freedom, but you have real freedom. To cut a long story short, the state knows better than you what you really need and provides it. And I think that, does this mean, here I would agree with you, yes, in this sense I am libertarian communist, that an authentic emancipatory left doesn't say, oh, freedom is just in bourgeois society forum. Yes, but it's a very precious forum, and a socialist just adds the obvious fact that while formal freedom has to be respected, protected, the point is not to limit this freedom on account of some real equality, but to create conditions, material, institutional, where this formal freedom has some actual meaning. Like, what does it mean, freedom of the press? If the majority, if the press is controlled by monopoly, yes. What does it mean? Enjoy free life if you cannot...
Yeah, I always harp on this super hard. This is obvious, yeah.
...rely on some broadly available healthcare systems. In my case, Slovenia, this is...
I mean, this is the modern Marxist pitch to so-called normies. It is, you simply believe that you are free, but you are not really. Sure, you have the right to vote, but through the privatization of most institutions which should be run socially, you have been 1 step or 5 steps removed from your access to it. So yes, you might be able to vote on particular social questions, at least in the so-called developed world. But when it comes to the way private institutions operate, you don't really get a vote in that, including the private institution that you work for. And therefore, if you want to expand your freedom, whatever that also means, then you want to have more democratic control and more democratic influence on said private institutions by no longer making them private, but by socializing pretty much everything. Blah, 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 blah. That is the most classic modern Marxian pitch, and it's a strong pitch.
Almost the only point where there is still a widespread nostalgia for old Yugoslavia.
Economic democracy is the modern pitch to normies. Yeah. What I just said is economic democracy. Democracy at the workplace and democracy when it comes to access to services.
With all its bullshit. I remember when I was young there, you know.
Well, Yanis's question is very good, and in my opinion, that is correct. We did, in those past socialist experiments, ditch freedom for so-called justice. But that's, again, fucking material conditions, brothers. It was fucking Cold War. Not justifying it or not justifying it, but, you know, war communism ended up, like, existing, like, not going away after World War II. Because it was war. Sure, it was cold, which also, what the fuck does that even mean? It's a longer conversation. But yeah, certain relatively necessary, depending on who you ask, or hypocritical if you ask another group, steps needed to be made in order to make sure that the quote-unquote revolution is protected. But this process as well can lead to corruption. And I'm not talking classic, like, neoliberal corruption, but the corruption of the very ideal on which we are founding a progressive society. There are relatively decent critics on this that believe, I don't know how doable it is, but they say that it would be doable even in a future socialist experiment if it is large enough, as it's combating counter-revolutionary influence from usually abroad, but also domestically. You also develop a relatively independent three branches of government. To an extent, I know a lot of people get triggered by this and they're like, no, but it did exist. I'm a bit skeptical of this. The three branches, legislative, executive, and so on, need to also exist inside of a fledgling socialist state, which was done away with in the past because we are at Cold War. We are, at war with the West. So if we allow for that, it's gonna come to bite us back in the ass because it can be easily infiltrated. So everything does have to go through the executive branch because, quote unquote, the executive branch knows better, and the executive branch was obviously the leadership of the party.
We were afraid you get cancer, this, that, but we had this.
And that, for very obvious reasons, is also corruptible. But that's the point with pragmatic socialism, or socialism being applied to the context of the early and mid 20th century. Which, if we're talking about the USSR, that was the point. That was the context, and that context led to those contradictions, which, along with other stuff, ended up destroying the experiment, at least killing the experiment, not destroying it. Right? As Marxists, we need to make sure to say that those decisions made by the Soviet leadership did not just, spawn out of thin air. They were thought of at the time as the necessary steps that need to be taken in order to protect the revolution. And in a better world where that socialist experiment is allowed to develop without such a strong threat of counter-revolution, they might not need to be applied.
People trust that if you get a serious illness, okay, it may be shit for you, but somehow the state, the public healthcare system will take care of it. So in this sense, again, I would say
splitting the three powers is a goofy thing that only makes sense as a propaganda move while multiple classes still exist. To an extent, obviously this, if it's a dictatorship of the proletariat, this splitting of power does not apply to the class enemy. But to the proletariat, the proletariat, if they do something fucked up, should be tried by the judicial system of the country that decides whether they did something treasonous or did something stupid, etc., etc. Because that would minimize how much pressure is exerted by the executive branch, the executive government, the leadership, on said judges, said courts, said police force, and so on.
The conflict is not freedom. The problem today is this one. Justice. Here I disagree with Alain Badiou, who also opposes democracy, freedom, and says justice.
It means nothing.
Sorry?
It means nothing.
It means nothing, yes, because justice also can have this very...
Executive branch is shown to be working for the CCP, though, again, not perfect, but centralized control by benevolent leaders is the solution, or at least the medium towards eventual and complete anarchy. You can absolutely have that take. The point with don't have to do it in the same way, but the point with the splitting of power of those who hold the most of it, even in a proletarian society, is to minimize chances of corruption. That doesn't mean that they will go away. It doesn't mean that in another context you cannot have a growing and progressive society that is driving towards socialism. That is achievable without using it. The only thing that is being stated here is that that the Soviet model, in my opinion, taught us that we need to create branches of governance that also, do to an extent, limit how much power can be exerted by the executive branch, the very core leadership of the party. It's wild that the people that, for example, are finding comrades who are traitors to the idea. Okay, you create a intelligence service that needs to find comrades that are traitors to the idea, but that intelligence service is directly controlled by the executive branch. That won't always lead to power-hungry people in the executive branch using it to destroy their political opponents. But I don't want to take that risk. That is why I want to separate those powers. This is, I'm not saying anything controversial here. This is how you operate a functioning state.
Very traditional meaning. Justice means everybody at his or her or their proper place. So again, it means nothing. Even democracy means less and less.
Speaking of freedom and liberty, it's 9 o'clock and I've been told that we have to be thrown out of respect for the workers in this building.
This is the
which
deepest
of course
manipulation.
We have
all the time,
lazy
leftists, when they are afraid of a debate, lazy leftists evoke some poor cleaning ladies who must go home
so,
and
ladies
so
and
on.
gentlemen, let's all give a round of applause.
No.
Like Zizek for these fucking 4 episodes has talked 85% of the time. Yanis was there just like an interviewee or something. Interviewer. Sorry. Zizek was the interviewee. Very London language speak.
And allow me to finish. You will like it immediately. Please, half a minute. For him, I will repeat a joke about him, which I think is my best. You remember from Ljubljana. What did he give us, really, Yanis? Nothing. Okay, now I will
Jesus Christ.
Play the game of, that Monty Python, when somebody
what
says...
What have the Romans done for us?
Yes, and then somebody says, but they gave us roads. Others said, but they gave us water. Aqueducts. And then at the end, the leader of the party says, okay, disregarding water, safety, good, blah, 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 what did Rome did for us? Nothing. So I would say, what did Yanis do? He threw a new light on what today's capitalism is, how it's no longer capitalism. He had incredible insights into
Slavoj Žižek in conversation with himself, special guest Yanis Varoufakis.
corruption in developed capitalism. He always took care of sympathy with the third world, but without falling into this trap because of so he did practically everything. And apart from that, what did he do for us? Nothing. So fuck you.
So fuck you. Oh, my uncles, my motherfucking uncles. Indeed. Wow, that was semi-interesting. That was semi-interesting. Anyways, speaking of semi-interesting, this was a semi-interesting stream. It was a nice hangout sesh with you beautiful fucks. I will see you not tomorrow, but on the day after. Tomorrow I'm going to go and celebrate Christmas. Yes, I know you're like, yo, bro, Christmas was 10 days ago, bro. No, not for me. Not for me. I'm going to go see my mom. I'm going to chill. I'm going to drink some beer. I feel like beer tomorrow. I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat like a fucking psycho. Hopefully there's lamb. I would love some fucking lamb, brother. And yeah, thank you very much to everybody who gave me a follow. Thank you very, very much to everybody who gave me a good old sub. Thank you to my lovely, lovely mods for your service. We salute the People's Police Force. Here, they might only operate under the executive branch, but I try to give them as much independence on deciding which chatter gets treated differently based on their judicial perspective, right? And even though the executive branch can sometimes really intensely influence the judicial one, it's still relatively cool that there is some sort of separation. As cliche as that sounds, but that sort of separation operates differently in societies that actually want freedom. Thanks, Hugo. Good stream. I'm at work, couldn't charge much. Oh, don't worry, brother. Now, who should I throw you at? Who should I throw you at? Who wants to be raided? Who do I raid? Tell me, chatters. Who thou wishes to raid? Who thou wishes to raid? Let's do Hassan. There's not a lot of us, so why the fuck not? I try to raid him at least once a good old month. So go say hi, spam that shit. Might be a smaller community, but we're fucking loud, baby. Spam that shit over there. Make us known to the Turk. And yeah, I will see you in what will feel like a minute, but is going to be 2 days at the same time. If you want to join the Discord, join the fucking Discord. Many kisses, many kisses. Mwah.